all here, and as we've been experiencing since the temporary suspension of both the casino operations and our internal operations, working remotely, taking advantage of the that Governor Baker provided for entities like us, giving us relief from certain measures of the open meeting law, allowing us to conduct our processes remotely. We're going to start today's meeting with a call to order. Today is June 25th, Thursday. It is our 310th public meeting, and we will start off with the administrative update. Oh, just a reminder too, the meeting is being recorded. And we have an administrative update with our interim executive director, Karen Wells.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. As the Chair has noted, we had 3 meetings this week. I think we had 3 meetings last week. Last week we've been extremely busy, and so you are all aware of a lot of things that are going on right now. So I don't have too much for the administrative update, but I did want to just note that we are, now that the Commission has passed the guidelines and the Governor has indicated phase 3 will start as early as July 4th. Our team is preparing for reopening, so we would be ready to go should that be the date. We do anticipate having some gaming agents on site prior to the opening, and that may be soon. And I just want to assure the commissioners that we are having the protective measures prepared so that our staff will be safe while they're there. We will be having the cleaning supplies, the social distancing, and all the measures. We'll also incorporate some scheduling accommodations to make sure that people not only are safe, but they feel safe while they are back at work. So that's moving forward. The other thing I just wanted to note is that our IT migration continues. The IT team's still hard at work moving over our systems. A lot of the computers have all been moved over. And there are still some additional work to do, but they're working hard on that. As a reminder, we do have our IT town hall next Monday. So if anyone on the staff has any questions about the IT process or trying to figure out how to do something under the new system, please email Mary Ann Dooley so she can collect those questions, and then we can have a fulsome discussion, hopefully answer questions a lot of people are having all at the same time, just to be efficient with those resources. So we continue to move ahead, and we have another interesting and busy meeting today. So I'll turn it back over to the chair to continue.
Before we get started, any questions for Karen?
Yeah, just perhaps one comment that occurred to me as you were giving your update. There has been appropriately quite a bit of focus on regulations that we impose on our licensees and some of the things that we have voted on relative to the social distancing opening. But as we move forward, I think it might not. It doesn't go without saying. It's important to note that we should also insert the necessary flexibility on our own operations because there are, this changing environment. I know that there will be discretion into how we provide maybe accommodations for people who may be, or of our own employees who may be reluctant to perform a certain kind of a task that was usually the case before. So whatever that may be, I hope that I know that you will have that the capability to make necessary adjustments and report to us.
Commissioners Cameron and Commissioner Stebbins, you've been working on the reopening on the offices, but I assume that you've been contemplating that you'll be monitoring the same metrics that we would monitor with respect to the casinos and provide the relief as the metrics trend in the right direction.
Yes.
Excellent. Good. Yeah. Let's all pray that that's something we see and that we see sooner than later. All right. Any further questions for Interim Executive Director Wells? Okay, well, typically we keep our commissioners update to the end of our meeting. Today's going to be a lengthy meeting, and I decided to take the prerogative of bringing this particular part of Commissioner's update to the front of the meeting so that those who may not be able to join us throughout the entire meeting would hear this exciting news. This is news that we've been able to share internally, but I'm very pleased to announce it publicly today that the Commission, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts HRD, the Human Resources Division, recently announced that our very own Communications Director, Elaine Driscoll, is one of 3 recipients awarded the 2020 Harvard Bradford Fellowship Program for Excellence in Public Administration. Elaine will attend the JFK School of Government Master in Public Administration program at Harvard University for the academic year 2020 to 2021. Founded in 1996 by the family of Governor Robert Bradford, the Bradford Fellowship is one of the state's most esteemed programs for leaders in public service. It's the mid-career MPA, or Master in Public Administration program at Harvard's Kennedy School. It's designed for experienced managers just like Elaine, who demonstrate a strong potential for continued achievement and leadership in public service. I think that all of my fellow commissioners join me in acknowledging that Elaine has been an integral contributor to the success of our operations, executing effective communication strategies that consistently support the accountability and transparency that's fundamental to our work and to the implementation of the Expanded Gaming Act, subsequent licensing, and our extensive regulatory process. We are very aware that Elaine's strong passion and dedication to leadership and public service makes her the ideal recipient of this prestigious award. Elaine has worked in government for 15 years, serving in consecutive communications roles for municipal public safety and state casino regulation. In 2012, she was recruited by the nascent Gaming Commission, who joined as the very first communications director. She was tasked with developing the Commission's comprehensive communications strategy to advance the establishment of a new public agency and facilitate the introduction of this new casino industry to Massachusetts. Elaine serves as primary media liaison and supports critical internal functions such as workforce development, diversity and inclusion, and responsible gaming and problem gambling mitigation. Before joining the MGC, Elaine spent over 6 years as the communications director for the Boston Police Department, where she was responsible for guiding the modernization of the agency's overall approach to external communications, enhancing community and media relations. Jeff McHugh, the HD Assistant Secretary and Chief Human Resources Officer, explained to me that Bradford Fellowship learned from world-renowned faculty and staff and engaged with other students from around the world. We recognize the opportunity and capacity for our Bradford Fellows to dramatically impact the future of the Commonwealth through the innovations they'll inspire and the contributions they'll make to the agencies and secretariats. Jeff McHugh salutes their dedication to leadership and learning and looks forward to welcoming them back upon their graduation. We also know that Elaine is a very special member of our community within the MGC, and she'll be terribly missed over the next 11 months. She's also tremendously positive relations with the external community, particularly her peers in the media community. And I know too that they will miss her. But again, we acknowledge that we are looking forward to seeing exactly what Elaine does after she returns to state government at the conclusion of her fellowship. So with that, I invite our very special Elaine Driscoll to make any comments that she wished, and of course, my fellow commissioners. Elaine, here you are.
Chair, thank you so much. That was very kind. I'm going to keep this very brief. Because this is hardly a temporary so long. But I would like to say, first and foremost, that I just want to thank the commissioners so much for your leadership and support. And sorry, this is emotional for me.
Well, I'll just chime in when I got to tell Elaine. I'll tell a quick story so that you can think about your next thought. But one of my favorite moments in this working remote was learning that Elaine's little guy was pretty active and was just starting kindergarten Zoom lessons. And so Elaine made the good strategic call to purchase a little desk for her son so that he would have his school-centered area. And in the back of my mind, I thought, I'm thinking she's going to get this scholarship. So a week later, I was able to ask Elaine, hey, Elaine, did your little guy's desk come in? And she said, oh, yeah, it's turned out to be really, really important place. And I said, well, I think you need to get an adult-sized desk to go next to it. And Elaine's response was one that you would expect, of humility and with emotion, because she acknowledged, too, at the time, what a difficult moment we were in, but it made really my weeks. So now, with that said, Elaine, do you want to continue?
Yes, if I can do this, I'm so sorry. But when I think about how far we've come, that's really what makes me feel emotional. Because when I think about when we were at 84 State Street, and we were at the bottom of a mountain, that's for sure, looking up. And it was daunting, but we were determined. And we did something very hard. So again, I can't thank everybody enough. And the reason why I pursued this opportunity is because of being inspired by the talented public servants that I've worked shoulder to shoulder with over the last 8 years. So when I think about, I've been inspired by my colleagues like Jill Griffin, Mark Vanderlinden, and Karen Wells and Derek Lennon, and I know I'm going to forget so many people, but what you've all taught me about what good public service is capable of, it's just tremendous. And so I really hope that with this opportunity, I'll be able to I identify a way to expand my contribution on the public good. And just when I think about the dichotomy of, transitioning from the country's oldest police department to the Commonwealth's newest state agency, it was just so tremendous. And it's really hard to underestimate the dedication and relentless commitment that it took to achieve what we were able to do together. And I just thank all of you for the inspiration that you've given me and what you've taught me. And like I mentioned Jill earlier, but about the importance of diversity and inclusion in the way that we prioritize that throughout this process, and how proud I am of what the results have been. When I think about someone like Mark, whose commitment to problem gambling mitigation and our responsible gaming framework that has really set the standard in the country, and what I've been able to learn through that process, the commitment to integrity of gaming that Karen Wells and her team have taught me about, and what we've had to do to achieve that has just been tremendous. And so I'm so grateful to all of you for everything that you've taught me, but I know that I have so much more to learn, which is why I'm pursuing this. And again, I can't thank the commissioners enough for their leadership and support over the years. And I'm just so grateful to my pal Austin. We've been able to work so closely together and side by side, and I know that he's going to continue to serve the commission in the impressive way that he's always done. the legal staff. I'm looking at Todd and the legal team and Carrie and Shara. And, you know, I see all of you, and I'm sorry that we have to do this remotely. But like I said before, this is not goodbye. It's just so long, and I can't thank everybody enough. And I'm so proud of what we've accomplished together. So thank you.
Could I chime in, Elaine? That was
Of course,
very
of course. Each commissioner, Commissioner Cameron.
Yeah. Elaine, I'm shocked to hear you say the word that something was daunting, because I've never, never, and I mean ever, and we've been in some tricky situations. You are so calm and decisive under pressure, and provided the leadership, frankly, that we needed. You had to deal with, you know, many different kinds of personalities, both internally and externally, and I have been amazed over the years to watch how you handle that. Gracious yet tough, and when need to be.
Except
so
today.
No, well, hey, it's okay. You never you know, personally is not what you do. It's typically, how can I help? How can I help? So we will miss you tremendously. I hear you that it is farewell and not goodbye. You are most deserving of this opportunity. I'm thrilled for you. And, you know, just in so many ways, you've helped this commission. I hope you realize that. It's not what we've given you. It really is what you've given us, as far as, you know, from my perspective. So good luck. You'll do well, very, very well, I'm sure. And so can the opportunity. We will miss you.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I would like to follow up. It's bittersweet to see you go for this time, Elaine. It's a great opportunity. I'm really very happy for you, and that's what really governs. When you were mentioning, when you came in, it was not at the bottom of the mountain. We were in a ditch. We climbed out of that, and the climb continues, to be fair. But you, through your remarks, there's a theme that I hear, and that was teamwork. Really, you've been an integral part of the team, and that's something that the team will of course miss. I remember just a quick story. We avail ourselves of a screening committee, those newer commissioners who weren't here at the beginning, when we hired Elaine to both comply with the open meeting law, because we were very new. Elaine was probably employee number 7 or 8, and that included 5 commissioners. And I remember that one person telling me, hands down, she's the best. And she was right. So thank you.
Commissioner Zuniga, right when you said the magic words, you broke up. I didn't hear you. So
I was afraid of that. Hands down, she's the best. And boy, she was right. And you have proved her right. Thank you, Elaine.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
yes, Commissioners.
Sure. We might have been in a ditch, and the ditch might have been filled with mud, but we climbed out of it. It's nice to see our communications director somewhat at a loss for words. It's always encouraging. But I want to thank Elaine for all of her great work. She has been a quiet, steady, effective leader within our commission. That goes without saying. It's great to see her having this opportunity. I've told her, the best is yet to come. Her path, her career path is headed in the right direction, onward and upward. And can't thank her enough for her incredible service. It's meant a lot to me to have a chance to work with her.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Brien?
Sure. So I was fortunate enough to join the team when you were already out of the ditch and a good way up the mountain. I've always been impressed with Elaine's judgment and professionalism. I've never, ever had to doubt any advice or feedback I got from her. I have to say, in the almost 25 years in public service, it's the second time I've seen someone get this opportunity and each individual, and Elaine, you as in particular, are stellar, and I think you exemplify the best of public service. I think it's a wonderful opportunity. I'm actually glad it's remote, because then I can be a little in denial that you're actually gone, and I can still think of you as part of this group. I'm sure you'll do wonderfully well. I wish you all the best, and please stay in touch and let us know how you're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, I'll just close with, there may have been a ditch. You climbed up and out of it, but you certainly haven't, I haven't seen any sparing in excitement and thorny issues to deal with since I've been on board, and I have had the guidance on really a regular basis, almost sometimes minute by minute with Elaine. She has always been so respondent to my inquiries, because I've really depended on her to teach me about the issues, to understand the complexities of the organization, and I've relied on that guidance. And I'm very, very appreciative of that guidance. And like Eileen, though, I am very aware of what a special award this is. This means that Elaine will be going to Harvard without any bills attached to it. And we will also, she remains part of our team during this time. This is an extraordinarily generous scholarship. And she had to get into the program to begin with before the funding could even follow. So it's a testament to the strength of your professional experience and your skills. I do know that the team that interviewed you, which were extensive interviews, were so impressed, and we, of course, are not surprised. So I can tell a little secret that I know that Elaine, I think, was it yesterday morning or this morning for your first 6 a.m. class?
Both mornings.
So her studies have begun. They start early to get this team ready to go. We do know that this program will start remotely in the fall. I'm really hopeful that you will be over on the other side of the river, actually my side of the river right now, at the Harvard campus come spring. We'll just stay tuned, but I know the experience you're going to have is going to be rich. The people you will meet will help define your life in the same way, and even perhaps a richer way, than all the people you've engaged with so far. So congratulations. It's a huge, huge honor. We will miss you, but we also have your phone number.
That's right. That's right.
And with that said, we know that we're leaving, you're leaving the organization in good hands, and that will be explained further. But today is a celebration of Elaine.
Oh,
so
virtual
applause.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And that must be how it's going to feel, Elaine, for Major League Baseball players.
Yes, thank you.
It comes from the heart. Thank you so much. Yeah, there's Eric. Now we've got the people are coming on.
Thank
there
you.
We go. Great, Elaine, thank you. And you'll be staying with us for the meeting, I know.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we have some important presentations, actually.
That's exactly what I was going to say. You are actually on. In other words, no relief for those who are celebrating. So with that, we will move on to our next item of business, and that is, as Elaine noted, the important work that gets done at the Gaming Commission on research and responsible gaming. Mark Vander Linden will lead this, but I know that you have Elaine and others joining you on these all three presentations today. So thank you. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Commissioners. That's right. Actually, Elaine, we're not letting Elaine off the hook in any way, shape, or form as she nears the finish line, at least of this chapter here. I think, I think I speak on behalf of all staff that Elaine has been such a central figure in every aspect of this commission, and quite honestly, I don't know how I would have been able to do the work that I've done with Teresa without Elaine as a central figure of all of that. And I hope that what we're about to show you today exemplifies some of that work. Thank you, Elaine, for absolutely everything that you've done to help elevate all things research and responsible gaming. I am joined by other team members as well. We have Austin, who has been also very important in this, as well as Teresa, and Tom Land, who is a consultant to the Gaming Commission, a really important consultant in helping guide some of our work in the area of research and honestly, responsible gaming. He's going to join us, and I don't think he's spoken before the commission before, so he will join as we talk about mode. So first, we have 3 agenda items. We're going to talk about the launch of our new research webpage. We're going to talk about the Massachusetts Open Data Exchange. That's also very important. And then finally, GameSense Impact Report. So for the first piece, we're going to hit research webpage and mode, and I'm going to turn it over to Elaine. So Elaine.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so I think what I'll just do really briefly first is give a quick background as to why we pursue this new initiative. We were fortunate in that the massgaming.com website, when we first launched the research agenda, worked well in terms of our ability to present all of the new installments of the research agenda. As we've said repeatedly, ensuring accessibility and transparency on our research work is very important. But what ended up happening is now, particularly that we're at approximately 40 research reports and studies, it ended up that the site, you'd have to scroll down very far to get the full view, and it made finding the reports not as convenient as we wanted it to be. So it became clear to us that we had to develop a section of the site that made this as user-friendly and easy to navigate as possible. So we developed a system that categorizes all of the research. It gives many flexible search options that allows individuals and interested parties to find the research based on a number of different advanced search options. So it focuses on everything from social, economic, public safety, evaluation reports, and a number of other topics that you can search by. What I'd like to do to introduce it, because another important piece of this is educating and letting people know that this is available. Austin developed a really cool education tool that we'd love to show you right now. That it's a 2-minute video, and it basically takes you through the new function of the site. Take it away, Austin.
Good morning, Austin.
Good morning.
We did practice this, so it's 2 minutes.
Fingers crossed.
It will work. Thank you, Austin.
Yay.
Nice job, Austin.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
And the other thing I just wanted to make a note that I didn't say before we watched the video is another function that the new developed section of the website provides us that we weren't able to do prior, is that for every research report that you look up, when you click on the report, it provides you every associated document with it. So if there's a PowerPoint presentation, executive summary, press release, and whatever else is associated with that, that's now all neatly in one spot. So it'll be incredibly useful, I think, for our constituents. And I'll turn it over to Mark now to tell you about the second piece of this project that's also really exciting.
Yeah, thank you, Elaine. Before we do, I wanted to I have a few words about this process as well. You know, the research agenda that the Gaming Commission has undertaken, that's required by statute, really has been recognized as one of the most robust research agendas to understand the effects of casino gambling in the United States ever. And I think that goes with very little doubt in most people's minds. I think this process really recognizes that, one, that's true, and two, that we then have an obligation to make sure that those research findings are as accessible as possible. This process really supports a significant piece of what was outlined in a research strategic plan that was presented before the Commission in 2019. So it's exciting to see part of that strategic plan rolled out here. And that specific section of the research strategic plan focused on knowledge translation and exchange for key stakeholders. Knowledge translation is really putting the findings of the research in the hands of the right people at the right time so they can make the right decision, whether it be about policy, whether it be about programs or services or regulations. That is essential. That's the purpose of what our research agenda is there to do. Revamping this website, well, it took a lot of work, and thank you so much to the team for doing that. I think that it will serve the Commission well in fulfilling that part of our legislative mandate. So thank you. If there's any questions about the research webpage, how to navigate through it, please feel free. But also, please, for the commissioners and everybody who's listening, check it out. It's really great.
Commissioners, questions?
Yeah, I'll just emphasize something that Mark spoke about, that I think just looking back at all the research that we have done, these tasks became really important very quickly because of the amount of research that we are and have been doing. We were almost drowning our own research by the next wave. And we would get, we still do, get requests, emails from regulators from Japan and other places about wanting to know about such report or that other report. And the effort that is now being deployed, I think, is really important because of just the amount of information that is really out there. The knowledge translation is another piece. We had plans this year that we put on hold to have a knowledge manager, an analyst, to help on this effort. But when things return to some kind of normalcy, I know we will come back with that. In the meantime, I think the effort that the team has made is really important and worthy and deserves a lot of credit and thanks.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, I've traveled to some of these international conferences to obtain training with regulators from around the world. And the number one issue item from our commission that they like to talk about is our research and our responsible gaming. And I don't know how many times I've called or emailed Mark from different locations to say, this regulator is really interested. Could you call them? Could you email them? And this just makes it so much easier for those folks around the world to take a look at the work we've done and use it effectively. Mark, as you say, timely, putting it in the right hands at the right time. I just think this is a tremendous opportunity. And Mark, you won't get so many calls from me saying, could you call this regulator or talk to this regulator? They are very interested in this research. So thank you all, the team. And it's just a really good work. And it's always of great interest to regulators around the world.
Commissioner, if I get
Chair.
less calls from you, that would be a negative unintended consequence of this.
Thank you, Mark.
Commissioner
Madam
Stebbins?
Chair, I would just add, you know, throughout Mark's time here and his work with Teresa, they have really helped put this commission and its work on the map, as Commissioner Cameron just pointed out, internationally. So to find a convenient way to make all this great information we've been compiling. I talked about this with some folks yesterday. They were surprised by the amount of research that the Commonwealth has done, and the fact that we got out and did it so early before gaming even started here in Massachusetts. So I know this has been a big favorite project of Mark, so I'm glad to see he and the entire team were able to pull it off.
I'm just going to borrow from Commissioner Zuniga's suggestion yesterday, Mark, where he suggested that we take advantage of some short training opportunities for internal purposes. This might be an opportunity for you to, in addition to the video, which is really helpful, to do some kind of a training for all of us so that we really get facile with it, the tool. And then I think that there's an opportunity to do some widespread communication to our fellow regulators across the country and around the world, to offer them a little bit of training to, you know, as a reminder, it's there, and how to navigate. So the work never stops, but we want to make sure that this is a tool that's widely understood and used. And I know from my perspective, I had looked at the earlier repository, and I already know it's going to be, for me, so personally helpful. I'm very, very excited to see this project, you know, really be fully implemented because of all your hard work. So congratulations to the vision and then to the outcome.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just real quickly, you bring up a great point about training. You know, another group that we should think about reviewing this resource and how to access it are the very host and surrounding communities that we work with, as well as local public health officials, giving them the access to the data. I know we're talking about community mitigation fund applications a little bit later, but helping the communities as they think about even putting their community mitigation fund award applications together, having them have the ability to go back and look at a lot of the great detailed research and information that's available, I think would be really helpful to the communities that we work with.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. In fact, the research strategic plan specifically calls out this as a resource to those interested in the community mitigation fund. So I think that's a great suggestion.
And our licensees.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. So thank you. Really, really exciting.
Yeah. Well, speaking of exciting, we also, after, I don't think this is an exaggeration, over 4 years of work, we're excited to announce the launch of MODE. MODE is the Massachusetts Open Data Exchange. Dr. Tom Land will help me kind of articulate the significance of this. But again, going back to our research strategic plan that was adopted last May, of 2019, there was a section that spoke about data management. Probably one of the most valuable assets we've created out of the research agenda are a number of data sets. And these data sets have been used by our research teams to provide a lot of information and insights that I think are fully articulated through the reports that are now easily accessible on the webpage. But these data sets are also incredibly valuable to other researchers as well, who can come to their own conclusions and provide their own insights. And are in many cases pining to have access to data sets exactly like what we've spent a lot of time, money, and resources developing. And so MODE is a portal on our website, on the research page of the website, that invites researchers of all disciplines to apply to access the data. We ask some questions, some important questions to assure that the type of research that's being done is in line with what the intended research is. We ask only that they share their research findings with us. I think I've said this before the commission, there is no federal body that focuses on gambling research. The Massachusetts Gaming Commission is at the lead of this effort. And so for our data, that makes our data sets even that much more valuable, and our obligation to this field even that much more important. It's not just the research that we're creating, it's the data sets and the research that has a potential for other researchers as well. Tom, Dr. Land, I invite you to also share some of your vision of MODE, and I think some of our early conversations about the potential of these data sets was incredibly helpful to me, and I think it would be really helpful if you share some of that with the commissioners.
Sure. Thanks, Mark, and good morning to everybody.
Good morning. How are you?
Getting tired of being inside a lot, but okay. Mark and I have been talking about the ways in which these data could both be used at this point in time, but also in the future. What's really important is that part of the vision, whether it's implicit or explicit, has been that the information that can be gained from these very broad approaches to gathering data aren't static, that there's an expectation that either methodologies will change or that people will have access to new information that can provide context to the knowledge that's gained from any one of these data sets. And there's just also an understanding that collecting data is one of the most expensive parts of any project. So if you make these data available to researchers over time, they obtain value that is far greater than the initial investment that the Gaming Commission put into a project. So one of the most, one of the projects that has the greatest potential is that these data will be incorporated over time into the Department of Public Health's Public Health Data Warehouse. So currently that data warehouse has linked at the individual level. It's somewhere between 25 and 30 administrative data sets. Has been used almost extensively for looking at the opioid crisis. But the idea of incorporating information from the Gaming Commission across all these different data sets into a much larger body of information that includes information about income and health effects, mental health changes in status, health information, Department of Correction and jail system, to understand what the implications of problem gambling are, more than just what you get from the data that's collected, but also from external information that you gather from other data sets that in some cases can give you a depth of information that is simply not available from the data that you would collect in any individual study. There's this, you know, if you're doing telephone surveys or return by mail surveys, you're always limited to some extent on just people's patience in collecting the information. But if you've got access to other information that you could link to or add context to the data that's collected, the numbers of questions you can ask and the avenues that people can follow to do investigative research to provide information to the commission and to other jurisdictions has at this point no limit to it. So I think that this is something that will take place over time. But the idea that these data have immediate use to other researchers has significant value. But then adding it to all the other data sets that are collected in the state of Massachusetts adds significantly more value to them.
Commissioner Zuniga, any questions, comments? I'm not sure if you want to go back to Mark, if you wanted to comment, or I just thought I saw Commissioner Zuniga leaning in.
Yeah, no, and perhaps it's just my, yeah, let me mention something. Tom has been a tremendous member of our advisory group from the beginning, and has at multiple junctures brought up the points that he makes now as really an important part of the mission and of advancing understanding through research for the benefit of people. I think that's where we really leverage you know, any of the work that we're doing. There's a lot of other countries, really. Mark mentioned that there's few states around the United States doing this, but other countries around the world doing very similar and important work when it comes to gambling. But the key point that Tom makes is an important one that I'd like to emphasize, which is there's a lot of work being done with data and data sets here, where we hope to get, we know we will get a lot of insights from the work of other people. So this is really an exciting project. We've been thinking about this, thanks to Tom, for a while, and with his help and that of others, our research team for one, we're off to continuing the mission.
So just functionally, the application is on our website. We will make sure that we promote the launch of mode wide and far, and there's different channels that we can do that. When a researcher applies for a specific data set, it's an application that's reviewed by our research review committee, and that process is led by Dr. Land. Once the application, if there are any questions, it goes back to the researcher. If there aren't, or once it clears our research review committee and they approve it, it's sent to our partners at the Department of Public Health, and the data is being stored at the Department of Public Health. They are a logical partner for us for many reasons. One, the work that we're doing already with them in ways of mitigating gambling-related harm, but also they have the capacity and hold many data sets, and we feel incredibly confident about the security of them hosting those data sets. DPH also has the ability to review the application if they choose. And once it passes through that, the data set is cut and sent securely to the researcher. So I think this is it's an exciting new part of our research program. I think it fulfills an important section of the research strategic plan. So are there any other questions? Great. Otherwise, we have our final agenda.
Yeah, 1 minute. Commissioners, any further questions on mode? Well, first off, congratulations too on the name. Yeah, that was a democratic process where it was solicited, but it really made us think about exactly what the exchange will do, Mark. So you have already been introducing us to this really important tool. I personally think that what you and your team have done here is that you've leveraged the research agenda that the legislators in the enabling legislation that we use as our roadmap. They envisioned a rigorous research agenda, but I'm not sure they necessarily imagined how you could leverage that to extend out, really making the investment such an important tool for others. So I really think that this is really revolutionary, and it's been a collaborative effort across departments. So I really applaud your vision here too, Mark, and team. So, other comments? Just data sharing alone in state governments across the country, not just in Massachusetts, is a huge challenge. So this truly is a big deal. I know it is, and from my past experience. So I'm really very, very excited about this effort and this tool. So congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
and now another exciting announcement.
Well, we are stacking these to a certain degree, but part of it is Elaine has been so incredibly important to each one of these projects, these 3 projects, that it didn't seem right to see her head off to Harvard without us releasing them. So I apologize for stacking them, but please understand Elaine was really important in all of these. So.
Well, the good news is that it's still Game Sense green and it didn't go crimson.
Yes, that's right. We'll see what it looks like in 11 months.
She's still grounded, that's right.
I am going to share my screen and we're going to walk you through the Game Sense Impact Report. And I'm going to ask for the help of Austin Bumpus and Teresa Fiore for that as well. So here we go. Let me find it. I am actually not seeing it come up here. So hold on one second.
Not yet. If you have,
Here we go.
Yeah,
I got it.
Here we go.
Got it?
Okay.
There we are.
Great, and I'm going to take it to the top.
Yeah.
Just a very brief introduction. Game Sense is the brand, is the program that promotes responsible gaming and mitigates gambling-related harm for the Massachusetts Gaming Commission, and it has been since 2014. We launched this as in a partnership with the British Columbia Lottery Corporation, and quite honestly, there's been no looking back on that. It's I think been pretty accepted by the commissioners and by staff that the program fits our vision of how we want to do this work. I think it fits the vision of the legislature when they required an on-site space at each of the casino properties, and it's created a lot of interest around the country and a number of other jurisdictions. We've been asked by a range of different stakeholders for information about the Game Sense program. And a lot of times it led us to kind of scramble to pull together some brochures or brief descriptions of the program, but never before have we had one single document that is versatile enough that it could be shared with this type of range of stakeholders. And Chair Judge Stein, early in your time at the commission, you said, where is that one go-to report? And we didn't have it. So I thank you for really pushing us to get this done. I hope.
And I'm sorry if I said it exactly like that, Mark.
It wasn't.
It probably was exactly like that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Well, my point is, thank you for pushing us to get this project rolling and get this done. We actually had made significant progress on it before the offices closed in March and we all went remotely. But so we had hoped to release it during Problem Gambling Awareness Month in March. We took a little extra time here to get it done. So I would love to walk you through it, or actually ask Austin to walk you through it, if you don't mind, and then turn it over to Teresa.
Great. All right. So yeah, I mean, I don't want to take up too much time here just because it's a long meeting, but I'll kind of go through each section kind of as quickly as I can. And Mark, you can chime in whenever if I miss something or you want to add something. But we start off here with a letter from Chair Judge Stein, kind of highlighting kind of the whole purpose of the MGC's research agenda, the reasoning behind GameSense. It kind of lays out what you're going to see in these next 20 so pages of this report. And then Mark, you can scroll to the next section. So you'll see a common theme throughout kind of the layout of this report, and it's kind of asking the key questions that whether it's a stakeholder or a patron or whoever may ask as it relates to GameSense. And the first one obviously is going to be, what is GameSense? So this page kind of lays out what the program's all about. It kind of captures, like it says there, the 4 essential pillars of engagement there. Just kind of looking at everything that you'll see when it's talk to a GameSense advisor, go to the website. It's everything you're going to see there, that key information, those points. And then the next question is, who does the GameSense program serve? So a lot of people will focus on, or a lot of the focus you would think would be on casino patrons, just because they're the ones, gambling at slot machines, table games, whatever. And obviously we have a lot of messaging directed directly to them, whether it's about taking breaks or setting limits, setting time limits or budget limits. But the report also kind of showcases the wide variety of people that the program's going to kind of reach. So the next few pages kind of go into, the community and the casino employees, which is a big one. We talk about the training that these casino employees get when they're hired at any of the 3 properties, and the kind of impact that advisors have on a wide range of people, not just those people coming up to them at the casino, patrons at info centers saying, here, what do I need to know about GameSense? What is the point of this info center? So it's kind of a wide-ranging program in that sense. And then the next question is the resources and tools available through GameSense. So it kind of starts off here with the in-person, with the info centers and the advisors you'll see at those info centers. But it also kind of highlights how, yes, you can go see these people at the info centers, but they're also out in the community. They're out at tables that you can go approach, and kind of captures the whole point of, these are people just like you and me that you can walk up to and have a conversation with and kind of talk about whether it's problem gambling or just you need a recommendation on how to keep your gambling fun and responsible. And then we move on to kind of the, I guess, more tangible tools, if for lack of a better term. You go with Play My Way and the voluntary self-exclusion program, just kind of highlighting the availability of each, how revolutionary Play My Way is, and how important voluntary self-exclusion is if you feel that you kind of need to take action for yourself and exclude yourself for any period of time. And then next page. And then kind of more another outside of the property, inside of the casino, you have the community engagement and the website. So how do you access the program when you're not at a casino, or whether you're not directly talking to an advisor? You have the website available if you need tips or recommendations or anything like that. People are out in the community, whether it's host and surrounding communities, ready to help you and ready to kind of lead you down the right path. And then obviously with a program like this, it's all going to be about metrics and how you kind of evaluate success stories. And we load up here with a lot of, whether it's interactions with patrons, employees at the casinos, the different types of conversations that you have, the varying degrees of conversations that are had, and then kind of the employee training piece is another big piece here factored in, and kind of the ratios there of, in a normal setting, here's what one GameSense advisor to this amount of staff, and the training that they receive, which hopefully will extend, kind of butterfly effect there. And then another thing, obviously, with metrics is what are the results? So you got to have some key percentages and an impact report to showcase that impact and how people kind of view what they get from the GameSense program and how it kind of leads them in the future. So it talks about, you know, whether they think a conversation was productive or successful. Kind of talks about how the impact that the report has, and or the impact that the program has on the community, on employees, everything like that. And then moving on to that next page on the second half there, and these advertising pages, is how we spread the word. So we talk about whether it's the same type of thing with a project like Mode or the research page, is how do you communicate this to the public? So there's a variety of ways with GameSense that we utilize, whether it's through our social media or a marketing firm or anything like that. With in-casino signage, there's paid advertising on transportation, whether it's a bus or the T or anything like that. A big thing is search engine optimization and search terms there. That kind of, the, I guess, analogy that's been used is if someone's raising their hand and asking, what is GameSense? How do I find GameSense? You want to be able to capture them the second they raise their hand, and you can kind of lead them to the website, lead them to, here's where you can find more information with a GameSense advisor. And it's a big digital strategy in a lot of cases, especially now when we're all remote. So we kind of highlight those efforts there. And then another big part of how you spread the word is through news coverage, through the media. And we just highlighted an important story here with Senior GameSense Advisor Amy Gabrilla, who has spoken to the commission a few times at this point. I think a lot of you know her. And it's a good State House News Service story about how, you know, the GameSense program and how her interactions kind of have an impact, a lasting impact. And, you know, there's a lot of these success stories, and it's just about kind of spreading the word, making people aware of the program. And then obviously looking towards the future here, and everything's kind of up in the air, but we have a message from Mark, and just kind of talking about, you know, the program as a whole. What are the goals in the future? How do we kind of keep those 4 pillars that we talked about at the beginning going, and how do GameSense advisors and everything kind of hone in the message of the program and keep it moving forward? That would be it. And I'll leave it to Mark, or if Teresa, who's up next, has any additional thoughts.
Yeah, I would love to turn it over to Teresa, who has been instrumental in moving the GameSense program forward. In fact, we recently went through a re-procurement and a revision of what GameSense is, and Teresa was instrumental for that. So Teresa, do you want to take it from here?
Sure. Thanks, Mark. Good morning, everyone. And Austin, thank you for reviewing that. It made my job a lot easier. We typically emphasize the GameSense advisors is the heart and soul of the program. And while I maintain that this is definitely still the case, I would say we also, through this report, do a nice job of highlighting all of the programs and initiatives and tools that really enhance their work. So obviously we just reviewed those, including the Pay My Way program at PPC, or the statewide VSE program, or community outreach, which targets populations who are especially vulnerable to gambling-related harms. But most importantly, we include the number of people who these tools and initiatives are able to reach. I think the story that we're able to tell through this report, most successfully able to tell to date, I will say, is that there's not a one-size-fits-all approach to responsible and problem gambling. It's a much larger picture, it's a much larger program, and so, for that reason, I'm incredibly excited to have this report both tangibly, hand out to people, and digitally to share with other regulators and jurisdictions who are interested in how exactly the game program works. I believe Mark said this is a final draft for us, but we welcome any feedback that the commissioners may have. So we look forward to that feedback. And with that, I will turn it over to, I think, Elaine for any closing remarks she has about this project.
I actually think it's all been said. Thank you so much, Austin and Teresa. Great job just pointing out what the impact report includes. And to Commissioner Cameron's earlier point about the research agenda, this is the same type of thing, which is so often, folks do inquire about GameSense, what it is, how it's done, what our approach to it is. So it's just wonderful to have sort of this document, and we created it in a way so that the information has a long shelf life, so that it's a bit of an evergreen presentation of information, so we'll be able to utilize it for a long time, and it will be a very handy concise packet of information that we'll be able to provide to whoever's interested in learning more. Thank you.
And I just wanted to acknowledge the Mass Council on Compulsive Gambling as our operator of the GameSense program, and our GameSense advisors, who are the heart of the GameSense program. So they've been an incredible partner in doing this work, and they've contributed to this report. They contributed to the services, so thank you.
And Teresa and Mark, can you comment again? I like the statistics about the diversity of the GameSense in terms of their skill set and the communities that they represent. They certainly do represent the wide communities that do engage in gambling in the Commonwealth. But what are the statistics, Teresa? How many in all? And the number of languages that they speak? Do you have
Sure.
that?
Yeah, so the GameSense team now, I believe, are fluent in 5 foreign languages. I would have to check my notes to cite those exact languages. At minimum, I know there are multiple Spanish speakers, Chinese speakers, and Vietnamese speakers as well. The other 2 languages are escaping me, but that's an incredibly important skill to have, both in the casino and going out into the community where the GameSense advisors are able to connect with some of those populations who are at a higher risk or especially vulnerable to the potential harms of gambling.
And the number, a total of GameSense advisors for?
Right now, I believe there are 25 across all 3 properties.
Well, we're very lucky that they also come with in-depth expertise in terms of social services, various skill sets, and mental health experience. It's extensive. They are true professionals with heart. Commissioner.
Can I mention something that I think this is great. The report is easy to read, and I know we've also been talking about how to make it all of this information, make it available, and the rest of it. I just want to talk about 2 things that are relevant, I think, at this point. One of the things that doesn't quite make it in the report, but it's critical to the program, is the relationships that these GameSense advisors build by the repeat number of interactions, which is captured in the report. These relationships over time present a real opportunity for a real introspection by the patron, and potentially some needed change. So the arc over time is also an important element here that that I think is a strength of the program. And the other thing that I want to also mention is that advisors are armed with information that our own research team is putting together, and that's another critical element here. Just to tie it to a recent report that you might remember from last week from Dr. Wahlberg, there is a 1 in 4 chances that if we are interacting with a patron who comes to the casino monthly or more frequently and engages in more than 2 forms of gambling, be it lottery or other forms, that advisor with just those 2 key points, those 2 key elements of knowledge, knows that the person is a real target for those interactions that we are fostering, and those conversations that we want to have, and that opportunity again of introspection and contemplation. So these things don't work in a silo. They actually are virtuous when combined. And that's, again, something that I want to highlight as a key strength of the program.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
You know, I think to a few years back when myself and Commissioner Zuniga and Commissioner Cameron were going out and doing a lot of due diligence trips to other casinos in other jurisdictions. And Mark would always, you know, make sure that we came back with a list and notes of whatever we saw at another casino property with respect to what were they doing about responsible gaming. And the answer was always, well, there's a phone on the wall with a number, there's a couple of posters or flyers. At the casino cage, there might be some brochures. And I think, you know, this report speaks to, again, not only how we've been on the cutting edge, and again, acknowledging Mark and Teresa's great work, but these are, you know, actual assets for the casino and the patrons that come in and out. I was impressed by all the information that was pulled together in the report, and hopefully we can broadcast it widely and kind of inform any skeptics we might have out there about the effectiveness of this program.
Well, there sure aren't many skeptics. Again, to reiterate what Commissioner Cameron pointed out and Elaine just mentioned, I know even just the time I've been on, about 1.5 years now, how many of our fellow regulators across the country wish that their legislation allowed for or required on-site human service intervention to promote responsible gaming and address mitigating problem gambling. They wish, the good news for Massachusetts, maybe our late entry allowed lessons to be learned, and that our legislature saw that was a need because of the observations that you saw. There weren't enough. What's been great is the implementation of that requirement, and that it's inspiring. And the GameSense advisors bring it all to light, all through the hard work of the infrastructure that you provide, Mark, and Teresa, Elaine, and Austin, and Commissioner Zuniga through your good work in the Public Health Trust. It's all interconnected. These are services that are paid for through an assessment that goes into the Public Health Trust Fund, because there's recognition of the important work that on-site services actually lead to public health benefits throughout the community. These services, especially the renewed context, show how critical it is to the good health of those who are gambling. So it's full circle, and we're just lucky we have the roadmap we do have. Other comments? I have to say, I'm just really excited about this. So it's hard to jump up and down when you're supposed to be in a camera. But if I
Sure,
could,
that's
I
a
would.
relief to me. Thank you.
So it is exciting. It's comprehensive, and yet it's really accessible, and it will be a pleasure to share.
If I can just have one last statement. Yeah, I think that what we hope to highlight is the shared responsibility that for responsible gaming, that it's not just as the regulator to carry the water here, but it highlights a commitment by our operators to this. I think it highlights the Mass Council as a nonprofit that works very well in this space. And it also highlights the role of the individual who chooses to gamble. We all work together in order to promote safer play, and when necessary, connect them with additional services.
Any further questions for Mark and team? Commissioners, comments? I just know we all applaud all these efforts, and really, yeah, we really also always appreciate updates. When we see Game Sense on our agenda, we know it's going to be inspiring.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Elaine, thank you for the significant contributions. Thank you for doing them today on this special day where we honor you on so many fronts. Thank you for all the work. And Austin and Teresa, I know that my fellow commissioners and I, we all join in that we love seeing you. So thank you. Thank you for the hard work. I see that our colleague and leader, Mr. Delaney, has joined us visually. With that, I'd like to actually recommend maybe a 5-minute break before we start our community mitigation fund. I need to freshen up my water, I know. So, and we want to be vigilant about a little bit of breaks, just because we want to be completely attentive to the comprehensive presentations before us. All right, so it's 10:50. Should we reconvene at 11? Does that sound? Yep, I see thumbs up. All right, thank you so much, and we look forward to the next presentation. We're all set. I'll reconvene meeting 310 of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. I'll just do a roll call to confirm. Commissioner Cameron?
Present.
Commissioner O'Brien?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, great. Commissioner Zuniga?
Here.
And Commissioner Stebbins, I see you. All right, we're all here, and I'll turn it over now to number 5 on our agenda for the day. Joe Delaney, who's been our construction project oversight manager, Mary Thurlow, program manager, and they have been leading the team on our community mitigation fund critical work for the agency. Thank you. This is part 2. Joe, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Welcome to day 2 of Community Mitigation Fund deliberations. So last Thursday, we left off, we were just about to start our transportation planning grant, so I thought we'd pick up where we left off. So we'll do transportation planning first, then we'll go into specific impact grants, and then transportation construction project grants, and finally the tribal technical assistance grant. And just as a quick refresher, as we discussed last week, I'll give a brief summary of the grant, and then we'll open it up for questions from the commission. And then after we present all of the applications at the end, the commission will then vote on each of the individual applications. So you should have a lengthy list of motions that will need to be made at the end. So without further ado, so transportation planning, starts on page 19 of the memo. And the first item up for consideration is the City of Boston, Sullivan Square, Rutherford Ave design. So the city is requesting $200,000 for a portion of the design costs of improvements to Sullivan Square and Rutherford Ave. In the past, we've provided a number of grants to the city for this work. We've given them a total of $650,000 in grants towards this design. And if approved, this request would then bring that total to $850,000. Clearly the review team strongly agrees that this project is directly related to impacts from the casino, as approximately 70% of the traffic from the, to and from the casino goes through Sullivan Square in some fashion. In addition, Encore will be contributing $25 million towards the construction of these improvements. So therefore, the review team recommends awarding $200,000 to the City of Boston for this project. We also do caution that with these additional funds, the Gaming Commission will have funded approximately 1/3 of the local costs of the design. While we haven't ruled out providing additional funds in the future, the City of Boston would certainly need to make a compelling case that additional funds are warranted beyond this year. And with that, I will open it up to questions from the Commission.
Any questions? Just again, a note that Encore is contributing $25 million to this project.
Yes. Yeah, once the design is done, they have to make an annual contribution for a period of time. 10 years, I think.
All right, should we move on then?
Okay, let's move on to the next one. The next one is the City of Everett, a Broadway gondola feasibility study. So Everett's requesting $200,000 to evaluate the feasibility of using the Broadway alignment to extend an aerial tram from Encore to up to Everett City Hall. Encore has proposed the construction of their own aerial tram from Encore across the Mystic River to the Assembly Orange Line station. And at this point, that design is in its early stages. We don't have a firm schedule for completion of the design or the permitting or construction. And also, we don't expect that this will be Encore's major focus until after the resort is back up and running and business has, once again ramped up. So because of these uncertainties, the review team felt that it was a little bit premature to award a grant for this type of project. When we have a better idea of Encore's intentions with respect to the aerial tram and a schedule and other things and some more, more firm commitments, this could very well be an appropriate study to consider at some point in the future, but we just think it's a little bit premature to award that grant today. And with that, I'll open it up for comments on that one.
Questions? All right, hearing none, I think you should move on to the next. And
okay.
Of course, we've had the benefit of some good briefings, appropriate briefings in our 2x2 sessions, so thank you.
Okay, so the next one is a joint application from Everett and Somerville to perform some planning and design work for a potential extension of the Silver Line. So they are asking for $425,000 to advance the engineering design of a Silver Line extension. Now, I want to put a little context on this one. So this proposed extension of the came out of the work that the Lower Mystic Working Group did. And that group was established as part of the Section 61 findings for Encore. So last year, we awarded a grant to Everett and Somerville to start this planning effort. And at the same time that we were awarding that grant, MassDOT earmarked $1 million for the MBTA to study the extension of the Silver Line as well. So obviously we didn't want to have any duplication of effort here. And we thought that, well, if MassDOT is doing their study, maybe this money would be good to extend that study, maybe to the next level to get some preliminary design kind of done on that. So what we required was that Everett and Somerville consult with MassDOT to make sure there was no overlap in their scopes of work, so there's no redundancy. Now, MassDOT just recently, either late May or beginning of June, just awarded the contract for their work and expects the study to last 12 to 18 months. So in the interim, it was agreed that Everett and Somerville will wait until MassDOT has some preliminary results before embarking on the 2019 grant. So to this point, no money has actually been spent from last year's grant. Now, MassDOT had some concerns with the timing of this grant, and the review team shared those same concerns. Essentially, we just don't want Everett and Somerville to get too far out ahead of this planning effort while, MassDOT is still doing their work. And also, if Everett and Somerville enter into a contract, they're looking at entering into a contract sometime this fall for the work from last year's grant. So if they can do that, they'd be well positioned to request additional money in the next round if it's actually needed. So for those reasons, we are not recommending awarding this grant to Everett and Somerville. But we're fully supportive of the effort to study extending the Silver Line. And with that, I'll open it up to questions for that one.
Questions? Commissioners?
I must be doing a great job.
You know what? You don't even have to say it kiddingly. You are doing a great job. And we, the whole team has done a thorough job. With that said, I don't think you'll escape questions the whole time. So continue.
Okay, so the next one is the City of Lynn on Western Ave. They're asking for a planning grant in the amount of $200,000 for a preliminary design of the Western Ave rehabilitation project. So this project, Western Ave, is also known as Route 107 through Lynn. This project was determined by the state to be eligible for up to $36 million in federal and state funds. In using those funds, it's the community's responsibility for the design, permitting, and right-of-way associated with the project. So just based on a rule of thumb of 10%, the estimated total design cost for the project is about $3.6 million. So we gave them a grant last year for $200,000 to get this work started. And when that was done, it was done knowing that the Encore-related impact on Western Ave would be relatively small. For this year, we asked for additional information regarding the impact of Encore on Western Ave. And the city provided some numbers from the original EIRs that estimated as many as 600 vehicle trips could use Western Ave on a Saturday. Considering the average daily traffic is as much as 18,000 vehicles per day, this is a pretty small impact. So what the review team is recommending is that we don't award the full amount of $200,000. We are recommending awarding $100,000 towards this project, which would bring the total commitment of the Gaming Commission up to $300,000, or about 8% of the total design cost. Given the relatively modest impact of the casino on Western Ave, the review team felt that this amount was appropriate. And also we are recommending really that beyond this, we probably shouldn't be committing any more funds to that project unless Lynn can really demonstrate that the casino's impact is much greater than what was presented in their application. And with that, I will open this one up for questions.
Questions?
Okay.
We're all set. Thank you.
All right. So the next one is City of Malden is asking for $200,000 total, $150,000 to develop a transit action plan, and $50,000 to subsidize some salary costs in their engineering office. So the review team agrees that Encore has direct impacts on Malden through the use of the Malden Center T station. In addition, there are some significant development pressures in Malden that could impact future public transit operations. So the review team agrees that the development of a transit action plan will help Malden ensure that it continues to have a robust public transit system that will continue to provide what they call transportation hub services to Encore Boston Harbor. Now, the original application proposed partial funding of a new transportation planner for 2 years to oversee this transit plan effort. Due to COVID-19, Malden will not be able to hire this planner and is proposing to use these funds to offset costs of existing engineering office staff. It's not really the intent of these planning funds to sort of offset, existing costs of the communities that are working on general municipal work. So the review team didn't look favorably upon this use of the planning grant funds just to offset personnel costs. So we do recommend awarding the $150,000 to Malden for the development of the transit action plan, but we do not recommend the funding for the engineering office staff. And with that, I will open that one up for questions.
Joe, please remind me if we asked whether a partial funding like this would diminish the likelihood of them executing on the grant that we do fund.
I don't think that's the case. The $150,000 for the transit action plan, that they're going to be putting out an RFP and hiring a consultant to do that. The notion of the other $50,000 is they wanted to hire a transportation planner going forward, and they're just simply not going to be able to do that. We really liked the idea of them hiring a transportation planner and doing partial funding for that. But we don't think, that just sort of offsetting existing costs is appropriate. But they should have the capability to put out, the RFP. They weren't going to wait, I don't think, to have the transportation planner in place to start the process of the transit action plan.
Okay, thank you. And by the way, that's in the guidelines, what you say about offsetting existing costs. It's something we've thought about, for a while and consulted with the local community mitigation advisory groups. It just happens to be in this unique time for Malden in this case.
But just as a clarifier, did I hear, Joe, you say that we would consider potentially funding a portion of that the new transportation planner position at another time? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, if they want to come in a different round, personnel costs are eligible, but those people have to be dedicated to be working on casino-related projects. And in this case, they were proposing $25,000 a year for 2 years to just as partial cost of this transportation planner. So the notion was that, let's just say for the sake of argument, a transportation planner gets $75,000 a year. So we'd be funding 1/3 of that, and we felt it's sort of reasonable that this new position might spend 1/3 of their time on Encore related things, but they were picking up 2/3 of the cost, so that person would work on other general municipal related projects. So yeah, we absolutely would consider it.
And so just for clarification, should they decide to seek that in the future, we would just say strengthen your application to really show an argument as to how that a portion of the position is really spent on directly casino-related matters, and it would be some portion thereof.
Yep.
Okay. And otherwise, they're going to get, if we adopt this, it would be $150,000 for the development of the transit action plan, and that the transportation planner position wouldn't. It really needs that plan in place in order to do the work anyway. Correct?
Yeah, this transportation planner would be working with the consultant on this, but presumably their economic development director would be, doing that role in place of that. Okay, if there's no further questions on that.
Okay. But they have the funds for the consultant.
Yes,
okay.
That's the 150. Yeah.
Oh, that's included. So sorry, that is the 150. My apologies. So it's not for the development, but is it for all of the costs of the consultant for the development?
Yeah, they would put out a contract.
It's the whole thing. Okay, got it.
The whole thing. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, so the next one is Revere Saugus Advanced Planning and Design of Route 1 Traffic Improvements. So Revere and Saugus are asking for $425,000 to continue some of their further studies on Route 1 to identify some standalone projects that could be funded through available sources. So we've given grants to Revere and Saugus in 2017, 2018, and 2019, which have totaled $850,000. Now, as of the application date back in February, there were $480,000 in unexpended funds from these grants, with no money having been spent from the $425,000 2019 grant. Now, more recently, the older money has been expended, and they just started spending the 2019 grant. You know, given the current circumstances, along with our expected reductions in funding for the program next year, the review team was a bit reluctant to commit additional funds to Revere and Saugus with so much money remaining on the current grant. So, look, we understand the need to continue momentum towards improving Route 1, but we also have to be mindful of the availability of funds and the long-term health of the Community Mitigation Fund. You know, should additional money be necessary on this project, the applicant would really be well positioned to request funds in the next round. You know, if they start spending those 2019 funds today, by next February, they're probably right in line to request additional funds. So for those reasons, we're not recommending awarding this grant to Revere and Saugus, but, you know, with the understand that they're certainly eligible to come back to us in later rounds to ask to continue these studies.
Question?
Now I'll open it up.
Yeah, Joe, could you just walk through those numbers again of the available monies and what the 2019 grant was?
The 2019 grant was for $425,000, and as of today, they have just started spending that. They have now spent all of the old money, the 2017 and 18 funds. They just requested final payments on those. But this 2019 grant, they have just started expending money on it. I think they may have spent, I don't know the exact number, I think maybe 25,000 of that at this point.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Joe.
Okay, the next one is the West Springfield complete streets on the Main Street corridor. So West Springfield is requesting $200,000 to perform a complete streets design for the Main Street corridor. Now, this road provides a connection between Route 147, which is Memorial Ave, and Route 20, which is Park Ave and Park Street. You know, in the application here, actually, Mary, can you take down this screen? I think I want to try to share just a map with you guys so I can give you the sort of the lay of the land a little bit. Now let me.
Tanya. I see Tanya. There we go. This is really helpful.
Yeah, this I just got to get the right one up here. I hate to delay things. Give me one second here. Bear with me. All right, this should do it, I think. No, that's not the right one. All right, I guess I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble here, so I'm not gonna try to take too long here in getting that up, but essentially in their application, West Springfield stated that the casino has caused increased vehicular, bicycle, and pedestrian activity to the Main Street corridor, and that it has become a cut-through for traffic going to the casino. You know, really, the application didn't provide, you know, any information that could really document those impacts. You know, the city had done a baseline traffic study before the casino was opened, but they haven't done the follow-up traffic study at this point. So it's you know, it's a little difficult for us to make an assessment of those impacts. And also in the environmental impact report for MGM, that only projects a very minor increase in peak hour traffic from this neighborhood. So, you know, essentially what we came down with on this is that we really couldn't make that connection between the casino and the Main Street corridor. So we agree that doing complete streets is an excellent idea. It's great to share the roads with pedestrians and you know, bicycles and public transit and all of those things, but we just simply couldn't make that connection between this corridor and you know, the casino. And so with that, I will open it up to questions.
Joe, I had a question. So this study that MGM is required to do, and they have started, is that correct? They have started this
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so that should be able to provide these surrounding communities with data one way or the other.
Yeah.
So next year, let's say, there should be additional data that could be helpful to the review team. Is that accurate?
We are hopeful of that. I'm not sure that all of the traffic information was completed before the shutdown happened. So if that isn't complete, I know the work had started, and if that work isn't complete, and they have to do new traffic numbers, that probably isn't going to bear out what the facility would be at steady state. So it's a little difficult.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, but the more reason to sort of postpone that, I think, as in other, I think Region A, we talked about one of the requirements for Anchor was to come and do a follow-up study as well. Joe, remind me maybe the timing. And they've asked for the reality that, you know, whatever study they do right now is going to be during these very unique set of circumstances, even in a partially reopened casinos. So we need to continue to think about when that's going to be the most relevant timing.
Yeah, because, you know, they're required, both MGM and Encore, MassDOT requires them to do these annual traffic studies, traffic updates. So, and actually, luckily at Encore, they got their traffic counts done in January and February of this year. So we've got a draft report on that we're looking at. So we have some good data there. And some of the things at MGM got delayed, but we need to have those discussions with MassDOT and others on how do we do this? I mean, collecting data that's not really indicative of what the impact would be seems like it doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense until we get back to like I said, again, a more steady state operation. Okay, so that completes the transportation planning grants. So I thought we would move now to the specific impact grants, which is back up on page 7 of the memo. Okay, so the first one, and I'm actually going to ask that we defer this discussion on this one, but this is Chelsea, Beecham, and William Street reconstruction. They're asking for $500,000 towards this construction project. This request accompanies a separate transportation construction project grant request. So we'd like to defer this discussion until we talk about that construction grant. So if there's no objection from the commission on that, we'd just like to move on to the next item, and we'll have the full discussion a little later on that. So this next one, the City of Everett has requested $150,000 to develop a data-driven marketing and communications growth plan. You know, when we reviewed this, the review team was really intrigued by this, and we really like the idea of this. You know, the notion of using data mining techniques to help identify customers at Encore and ways to draw them better towards Everett's businesses. We think that's, really pretty cutting edge and, forward thinking. So we really like the idea. But as we delve further into this, we had a few problems with this, or some concerns with this, I should say. The way that they tied this to the impact of the casino, they used a very small study that was done by a graduate class to look at what the impact Encore was having on local businesses. And, they did this survey. It was only 15 businesses, and 2/3 of the businesses said there was no impact. And then the other third some said, oh, there was some positive impact, some negative impact. So we felt that really the results of that were really kind of inconclusive. So now we do understand that MAPC is doing a more rigorous study in the area with local businesses that may provide some better numbers to go on to establish that connection, but that study is certainly not done yet. But the other thing that we are definitely concerned with is, obviously the casino is closed now and will be reopening, and then those operations will be ramping up. If we give them a grant this year, they'll be studying, the people who are using the Encore facility, again, that we're not kind of at any kind of steady state. We're just worried that the data that they get won't be terribly good data. So we're not recommending that this one be funded at this time. But I think we do want to encourage the city of Everett to continue looking at these, the impacts on businesses, trying to develop that better, and then maybe consider applying for funds in a future round. Because, like I said, we really like the idea of it. I guess we just don't really like the timing of it. And with that, I'll open that one up for questions.
Enrique?
Yeah, thank you. I will just make a point. One of the other things that I think are operating here is that this is a good idea being envisioned at the local level. And one of the things that something like this could be very helpful is more regional. The way they presented this idea was, I think, insightful. They want patrons to the casino to go, as they exit, to think about turning left from Encore and visiting, following up on, some of the amenities that are north, not of the site, not necessarily, a lot of what we already know about is as you turn right. And that brought up, in our view, the notion of, maybe having a more regional approach to this, which, to their credit, when we ask them, to their credit, they say, well, things like these are very scalable and easy to replicate, which is why, as Joe mentioned, this is really where we end up in terms of, maybe it's just not the right time. But as we think about the next set of guidelines, trying to either incentivize or carve out certain categories, perhaps this is talked about, in which we will really entertain regional approach. A regional approach, I think, would be an important thing to consider.
Yes, if I could add on to that, I think, I want to applaud Everett for engaging in a study, and I understand the scale just isn't quite right. And so, to Commissioner Zuniga's point, if it's a regional approach, they're also going to get better data sets. But I do agree right now it would be premature or just the wrong timing to engage in any kind of research. But again, they get credit for attempting to get data, and the data they got, I know Encore Boston Harbor was pleased with. So I think it's probably, again, a timing and a scale issue. And I would encourage, if not, as Commissioner Zuniga suggested, incentivize regional approach here.
And we do have a regional incentive in our program. That the communities get a little bit of a bonus if they do collaborate together. So hopefully, that may be something we want to consider next year to encourage that more than maybe we have in the past.
Just strengthening, bringing awareness, giving ideas. Exactly.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I would.
Yes. I'm sorry, Commissioner. I didn't mean to.
No, that's okay.
Thank you.
I echo Joe's comments. I think originally the first version of the application, until we had some follow-up with the city of Everett, was probably didn't carry all the details that we thought about. But what was interesting in the discussion is, the interest of the folks in the city of Everett to see where patrons go, and doing this through the use of newer technology to see patterns of traffic, patterns of even those patrons who access the casino on foot. But to Commissioner Zuniga's point and yours, and we talked about this during our last meeting where we were reviewing these applications, I stress again, the focus on regionality and not doing this piecemeal kind of community by community, but really thinking more regionally as to how the broader region, not only of the host community, but the surrounding communities can benefit from the presence of the casino. So thinking of that as Joe begins pivoting after this work is done to going out and meeting with the local community mitigation advisory committees, thinking about, including in this and the guideline discussion for next year. And again, to Joe's point and how we've structured the program, really focusing on some incentive for regionalization and making communities understand that.
Any further questions? Joe?
Okay. So the next one that we have is the Everett Fire Department. Now this one is a little complicated, so I'll ask you to bear with me as I describe this. So they're asking for approximately $630,000 to supplement additional operational costs that were incurred during the opening months of Encore. Now, due to the number of calls for service at Encore, the Everett Fire Department decided to require around-the-clock fire details at Encore, basically from its opening up until November 21st, 2019. Now, Encore and the fire department have entered into an MOU last fall around that November timeframe, where Encore agreed to pay for those first 2 weeks of the details right after the opening, and then has also agreed to pay for some details going forward. These will be primarily on the weekends. Now, what this did was this left that 19-week period between the end of the beginning of the second week of July through November 21st, where the fire details were not reimbursed. Now, the review team agreed that the fire department may not have anticipated the full level of increased calls for service during those first months of operation, but we also felt that there had to be some reasonable expectation of an increase in calls. When you're developing a 3 million square foot facility that has 25,000 people a day going through it, there has to be some reasonable expectation of an increase in calls. So what we did, using the data that they submitted to us, we tried to quantify what a reasonable expectation of calls might be. And we looked at the records that the fire department provided, and the chart that you see up on your screen shows there was a high level of calls in June, July, and August that kind of reduced down and somewhat leveled off between September and the time that the the casino shut down. So ignoring that March of 2020 because it's only a half a month, we estimated that the average number of calls during that period was 64 calls per month. So this is the number that we determined that we think that, the fire department should have expected. So then what we did is we took that number and then we tried to determine what the excess level of calls was between that July 7th and November 21st. So this came to about 145 calls out of the total of 465 calls, or 31.2% of the calls. So if we take that 31.2% of that overall request of 630,000, it puts us at $196,390. Now, considering this, this is probably not a perfect analysis or a perfect calculation, the review team is recommending that we award a grant of $200,000 for these costs, and the $200,000 is the maximum that's allowed in that category. So we felt that was reasonable to do, and but we didn't feel that we could fund the whole thing, again, due to the fact that some of those calls really had to have been anticipated by the community. And with that, I will open that one up for questions.
Joe, and commissioners, the only thing I would add is that those levels of calls should have been anticipated and then were addressed by the host community agreements. In other words, it's we always struggle with the notion that a lot of what comes in this type of grant requests is for some excess of unanticipated portions.
Okay, if there are no further questions on that one, we'll move on to the Everett. The police department has asked for some about $184,000 for a prisoner transport vehicle, portable radios, and some overtime for late night patrols on the weekends. So the Everett Police Department is responsible for transporting arrestees at Encore to either the police department headquarters or the state police barracks in Medford. Now, the current prisoner transport vehicle that they have is an older model and it's subject to mechanical problems. And the review team agreed that it's really necessary to have a reliable prisoner transport vehicle for use at Encore, and that the majority of the prisoner transports that they do are from Encore, so that it certainly made sense. And they actually park the vehicle at Encore most of the time. So we felt that was appropriate, an appropriate use of funds. Also, the Everett Police Department officers that are assigned to the GEU don't currently have radios with dual band capability, which would ease communications between the state police and the Everett Police Department, both within the GEU, and officers outside the GEU. So again, we supported that equipment purchase. And then the third piece of this is that Everett PD is requesting overtime funding on Friday and Saturday nights and select Thursdays and Sundays to better handle the surge of patrons leaving the facility, sometimes as late as 3 to 4 a.m. When planning for this facility, before it was open, the police department expected these crowd surges to be earlier in the night, but the on-the-ground experience has showed it to be later. So the review team is recommending an award of the full amount of $184,000 to the Everett Police Department. And with that, I'll open it up for questions. Also, I meant to mention earlier, we also have, Kate Hardigan is on the line. She was our chief reviewer for most of these public safety grants, so she's also available for questions if you need more detailed information on the application.
Questions or comments for Joe? So I have an observation. We are going to be looking at a few grants from other police departments. No, this application makes clear the connection to the impact of the casino for Everett. I want to first ask a clarifying question. The overtime is about how much, Joe?
That is about $40,000, I believe.
And it's really to address late night activity that they may or may not have anticipated. And of course, as the reopening occurs, it may be a different volume, of course, but particularly given that the bars, the nightclub won't be open. More generally, I just want to point out that core to our mission is, of course, ensuring public safety at our licensed facilities. It's centered to the mission. In fact, we have, as part of our team, members of the state police who make up the GEU, and they work with the local police departments. And it's a vital partnership to ensure public safety at these very large venues where people are congregated for entertainment purposes. The work that you, Joe, have done with your team is vital. You are implementing what the legislature anticipated with respect to mitigating the impact of casinos through the funding that is allowed through the community mitigation funding. And you take into consideration all of the factors, and your team has to weigh lots of considerations and factors, and we are seeing the work in front of us. We are, of course, not divorced from the external factors and the context of our community at large. And given that we are looking at a few requests for police funding, when we revisit our guidelines, the ones that were established in before and were used for your purposes for award and making recommendations for the awards today, were done well in advance back in February and before, that perhaps we also consider when there are police applications that we incentivize or encourage them to access these funds for the purpose of enhancing community policing and training on unconscious bias and other funding that will help to de-escalate any concerns that may arise at our facilities. All of that kind of training or soft costs that would actually support these other types of costs that we're funding here. That's just a suggestion moving forward. We will be revisiting guidelines, but I do think that we want to be always encouraging the police departments to think creatively about how they can use these mitigation funds to enhance exactly the work that it's our priorities at the casinos.
Madam Chair, we do revisit our guidelines every year. We revisit them with all of the commissioners. We revisit them with the local community mitigation advisory committees, and we are open to suggestions from all sorts of different places, and happy to discuss any or all of those.
Right, I appreciate that. My fellow commissioners, any further questions or comments at this stage? Commissioner Zuniga.
Yeah, no, I think that's an excellent suggestion. I think how we view things like this is very much a narrative around us that is incumbent upon us to really pick up on. I think our process lends itself really well to have a thoughtful discussion around what we see as priorities, and I look forward to having that, not just for the community mitigation grant purposes, by the way, but for other functions that we also do.
Right, and I suspect, if I were to guess, that the police departments would welcome this kind of encouragement. So just again, I wanted to note that, and unless there are other comments, we can move on.
Just one more comment.
Thank you.
I agree that we may have a small role to play in our host and surrounding communities as they reimagine public safety. We may have a small role to play in supporting those efforts. And your point about training is certainly one mechanism to support those efforts.
And just for guidance, we would want to think about that for our guidelines so that they would think to use these funds for that purposes if that's what we decide to move forward on.
Can I just say, and I'm not trying to take you literal, Commissioner Cameron, but I think any effort in the system is important, however small, because when we look at systemic issues in our society, and I'm really talking broadly here, I think everybody has a role, however small, but important in effectuating, shifting, rethinking whatever needs to be rethought. It doesn't mean that there will be necessarily or feel initially like a big change, but any incremental progress, I would argue, is and should be examined and welcomed.
I agree.
Just to add to that also, I think when you look at our enforcement approach based in the statute that also incorporates research and the presence of the game sense employees in terms of looking at, interactions, et cetera, that also complement, GEU. I think it's a very forward-thinking statute. I think that to everyone else's point, we can contribute to the conversation, I think, in a lot of different ways.
Excellent. Any other further comments? Thank you. Thanks, Joe. We can move on.
Okay. So the next one that we have is the Foxborough Police Department. They are requesting $83,000 to purchase a full-size pickup truck for traffic mitigation purposes. And that also includes a little piece for some traffic safety equipment. Now, Foxborough directly abuts Plainville, and a significant amount of PPC traffic must pass through Foxborough to get to PPC. If you're coming from 495 or Route 1 from the north and so on, you pass directly through Foxborough. And in addition, the 4-year study that was conducted by Christopher Bruce did cite some increases in non-criminal calls for police service, including traffic collisions and traffic complaints, and did determine that they are likely to be related to PPC. Now, the town of Foxborough did also provide us with some anecdotal evidence connecting some of the local hotels in Foxborough with PPC. So when we looked at sort of the whole package, the review team does believe that there's a reasonable connection of increased traffic issues associated with PPC affecting the town of Foxborough. So now this vehicle will be used primarily on the major arterial routes that lead to and from PPC to address vehicle incidents and traffic control. And in addition, Foxborough has offered to make this vehicle available to both Plainville and Rentham as part of their mutual aid agreements. So we are recommending approval of this grant in the amount of $83,000. And we are also recommending that we make it a requirement that Foxborough make the vehicle available to their mutual aid partners. And with that, I will open that one up for questions.
Joe, just to jump in, what impressed me in reviewing this application was the diligence and the work that the Foxborough Police Department went through to assess this request, use our data, and I was very impressed with the police department for just having the facts on hand. We've talked about before the interest of Plainville and Rentham and Foxborough to work together to develop their communities as a visitor destination. So, answering the mutual aid question was important, and it was good to see that they answered in the affirmative. So, great work on behalf of Foxborough and the work they're doing with the other two communities.
Any further further comments? Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I heard that you said that this need is clear because currently at least one officer generously provides use of his own personal vehicle to tow the trailer.
Yeah, they literally don't have a vehicle that can tow their trailer with their traffic safety equipment in it. So you know,
this is very helpful, and again, I think I reiterate what Commissioner Stebbins said. I thought they did an excellent job supporting their application.
Okay, if there's no further questions on that one, we can move to the Hampden County District Attorney's Office. So they are requesting $75,000 to be used for personnel to mitigate additional caseloads due to the MGM casino. You know, 23K specifically states that DA offices offsetting DA costs are eligible under the Community Mitigation Fund. We did issue the DA's office a grant last year of $100,000, which they have been spending. They have determined, though, that they, you know, when you ask for these grants, it's often hard to know exactly what your expenditures are going to be. So what they realized, this was in February when, before things, before the whole world changed, that they weren't going to expend all of that $100,000. So they reduced their request for this year to $75,000. So any surplus that's left over from last year will just go back to the mitigation fund. So we're appreciative of that, you know, looking, you know, closely at what those expenditures are. So we are recommending that this $75,000 be awarded to the Hampden County DA's office. And I will open that up for questions.
Questions? All set, Joe.
Okay, so the next one, this is a recurring request, the Hampden County Sheriff's Department. Just as background on that, the Western Massachusetts Correctional Alcohol Center was located in the footprint of the MGM Springfield property and needed to move when that was purchased by MGM. So they found a new location that resulted in a significantly increased cost of their lease. So this is the fifth year of this. We agreed initially that we would pay up to $2 million in lease assistance over a 5-year period, you know, with the understanding that the sheriff's office would apply each year for the grant. So this is the 5th year they applied for the grant. So we are recommending that this $400,000 be awarded to the Hampden County Sheriff's Department for lease assistance at the Western Mass Correctional Alcohol Center. With that, I will open it up for comments.
Yeah, just I guess we don't really, just picking up on the point about this being the 5th year. This is not really a question for now, but I'll still bring up the point that, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, they don't seem to have necessarily a plan to change for next year.
They did approach us at our meeting and talk about future years and the possibility of accessing funds for future years. Obviously, we couldn't make any kind of commitment at that time to them, but I do expect that they will seek additional funds in the future.
Yeah, and the question for us, again, one that we don't have to answer now, is how much more, how longer do we see this impact as necessary to continue funding?
Right, and I think it's you know, that this is a discussion for our local community mitigation advisory committee and for the commission and others as we're preparing our guidelines for next year. You know, I'm keeping a running tally of all of these things that we need to talk about. So we will take that up when certainly when the time is appropriate.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay, so the next one is the Malden Fire Department. They are requesting $500,000 to purchase a new fire engine to assist them in extinguishing flammable liquid fires. Apparently, they have no fire engines now that are equipped to do that. Now, you know, the review team certainly looks favorably on communities increasing their firefighting capabilities, but in order for us to award funds from the CMF, we have to have that demonstrable impact from the casino that the project will address. And, you know, we looked at this application, we had a meeting with them, we asked for additional information, and, you know, we really couldn't make that connection to a casino impact with this. There's been no real increase in you know, flammable liquid fires that could be attributable to the casino. You know, they did attempt to kind of tie the development of the casino into an increase in development in Malden, but, you know, it's hard to make that connection, you know, with any real data. They did demonstrate that there has been an uptick in mutual aid calls from Everett, but again, there's no real indication how this fire engine would address that impact. And so really, we just found that, you know, without having that connection to the casino, we just really couldn't recommend awarding this grant to Malden. Any questions on that one? Okay. These next couple, I just also wanted to mention that Carrie Teresi, I think, is on the line. I've only got a few blocks on my screen. She was the lead reviewer on a couple of these, so she's available if you have any sort of detailed questions on this one, and particularly on the next one.
I see Carrie.
Okay, okay. So this next one is called Springfield Implementation Blueprint. A little while back, the city of Springfield developed this economic development plan that was called the Implementation Blueprint, an economic development strategy for the renaissance of a great American downtown. So this is requesting $500,000 to advance the implementation of that blueprint, and also to develop a property stabilization fund to help prevent properties in the areas that they want to look at from further deterioration. So the development of MGM was expected to spur additional development in the area. And, you know, to date, that hasn't really happened. And, you know, the city is saying that that's due in part really to some unforeseen investor speculation in the real estate surrounding the casino. I think some owners were in hopes that MGM would buy their property, or that they would be able to get higher rents on their property and other things. So many of them have had this sort of wait and see look, see what happens. And in the meanwhile, many of these properties are sitting vacant and underutilized. So that is the sort of impact that this is intended to address. So as I said, this implementation blueprint created an economic development plan for downtown Springfield, and it identified a number of target areas, with the main one being the casino impact zone. So this covers Main Street across the street from the casino. It also covers the Court Square area and Willow Street, which is one block, you know, sort of to the east of Main Street, where there's a number of residential properties and others along that. So $250,000 of this grant is to advance that implementation blueprint, and what that will include is advanced planning studies and developing implementation strategies with a focus on, you know, the reuse or the higher utilization of properties, you know, identifying target properties for those efforts. And the review team certainly recommends awarding this portion of the grant. We think advancing this study will definitely assist the city in trying to get some of these redevelopment opportunities to move forward. Now, in the second part of this, the city's proposing to use $250,000 to set up a property stabilization fund, which would address some of these deteriorating properties in downtown. Now, we did have some concerns with this portion of the grant application. You know, we wanted to make sure that, this money wasn't going to be used on private properties, because we have that whole anti-aid amendment issue that we've dealt with in the past. But what the city indicated was that they intended to target some of these properties for acquisition. But, you know, at this point, they hadn't identified what properties they're looking to acquire, the source of funds for that effort. You know, there were a whole lot of, I guess, just question marks on this. And it also appeared that they wouldn't need to access this money for 10 to 12 months after they actually, you know, acquired these properties. So we felt that, again, you've heard this in a couple of other cases, we just felt this was a little bit premature to be asking for this money for this fund until they can better identify to us what it's going to be used for and how it's going to be utilized. So we don't recommend funding this portion of the grant. So we are recommending $250,000 for the blueprint implementation, and we are not recommending the $250,000 for the stabilization fund. And again, the city can certainly come back at a later date when they have more information to set this fund up and apply again, you know, in the next round or the round after that. So with that, I will open that one up for questions.
Joe, just quickly, you know, I think that the first part of the report and the proposal to use $250,000 for continued planning work, I think is responding to a need. My conversations with chamber officials and some of the business development officials in Springfield is they've been taking perspective, excuse me, some prospective tenants to some of these buildings, and some of the property owners are just envisioning, you know, big buckets of gold at the end of the rainbow and not really being realistic or thinking that MGM somehow is going to swoop in and buy their property. And I think we've heard it loud and clear that MGM isn't looking to purchase any more property. So I credit the city for trying to build off the presence of the casino, advance some development projects within the area immediately around the casino, and the planning work is going to help. But as you pointed out, I think correctly, the stabilization piece is just a little bit premature, and I think needs to be fleshed out a little bit more going forward. And I think this plan will help kind of guide the use of that stabilization fund in the future.
Yeah, I would agree. And actually, the city does have other tools in their toolkit to address this issue, and is why I think the planning money has has potential to get that. Whether it's special vacancy assessments on specific properties, this is all done at the local level. I think they should also, and I'm glad that they're exploring them, and a lot of credit, as you say, Commissioner, goes to them. But we'd like to see some of that as well be considered by the city.
Further questions or comments? Very thoughtful. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along to the next one. This is Springfield City Stage. This is not identical to the request, but this is similar to some requests we've had in the past, so you'll probably remember some of these discussions. Springfield's requesting $300,000 to perform capital improvements to City Stage to allow for the local cable access company to relocate from 101 State Street, which is part of MGM's properties, to the City Stage property. Now, Focus Springfield, who is the cable access company currently, their lease at 101 State Street expires at the end of September 2020. As I said, over the past couple of years, there have been attempts by the city to obtain mitigation funds to help Focus move their operations. And in those applications, we had concerns with those proposals due to the anti-aid amendment to the Massachusetts Constitution. Essentially, in those prior ones, we felt that the entity of Focus Springfield as a nonprofit was receiving the lion's share of the benefits, and that sort of ran afoul of those anti-aid amendments. Now, this new proposal has several key differences from the earlier proposals, which has satisfied our legal team with respect to the anti-aid provisions. First, the property is owned by the city, and the improvements are integral to the facility. So, you know, it's not like we're buying lights and cameras and other things that Focus could take with them if they left. These are improvements to the facility itself. And secondly, we did receive a legal opinion from the city identifying how this project complies with the anti-aid provisions. And third, the Springfield Parking Authority, who's the actual owner of the property, is providing this lease at a reduced rate as a means of providing a significant local match. So for all of those reasons, we are recommending awarding this grant for $300,000 to the city of Springfield. And again, Carrie did this evaluation, and she is here if you have any particular questions regarding that. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
Questions?
Just real quick, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to see that there's an application that has gotten us around or has addressed the biggest question, which Joe pointed out was the anti-aid piece, and making sure that we in the city of Springfield didn't violate that. Obviously, this is effectuating the move of Focus, which is right there on the corner of State and Main, a very visible corner within the project area. You know, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't stress to our licensee that once Focus Springfield moves out, that we don't want that corner to go dark. I don't think any city in the United States wants a big visible intersection like that to have darkened properties that just don't add to the vibrancy of the community. So to make sure MGM Springfield understands that with Focus's departure, we'll be interested in seeing what their plans are to reinvigorate that corner. I did have some questions about some of the budget items within the proposal, but I think I'll leave it to Joe and his team as they get the scope and the budget, if the award is given, that they can address some of those questions I had at that point.
Yeah, we are recommending, you know, as part of a motion here that that the city do sort of a reevaluation of the proposal as the design progresses to look for some cost savings on the project. Some of the things that we saw look like it might be a little redundant.
I just wanted to comment that I was pleased to see it come back in the form that it is this year. I think it solves a lot of the issues that a lot of us had in terms of anti-aid amendment. I also think it puts the city in a position, to the extent they need to set this out for procurement again in the future, that the city is in a position to then have equity among any potential bidders. And I think it then obviously solves the immediate need for the city, and Focus is the primary recipient, but not in the manner of the prior applications. Just pleased to see the application and the recommendation.
And I'm pleased to see that they came back. A reminder to all of the grant writers and the applicants that you know, we will always be listening and evaluating, and hopefully if there was a denial one year, that perhaps it will be awarded the next.
They
you.
have been nothing if not persistent.
I like that. All righty.
Okay, moving on to the next one. This is a request from the Springfield Fire Department. This is a little background. Springfield has this has a tactical emergency response unit. They call it a TAC unit, to respond to medical emergencies and other smaller responses that don't require a larger fire apparatus. This is a much smaller vehicle that much smaller than a fire engine. So this TAC unit does not operate 24/7. It is only staffed at certain times of the day. And they are asking for approximately $437,000 in grant funds to allow this TAC unit to operate 24/7. Now, in their application, their stated impact is that the operation of MGM is having an adverse impact on the fire department's annual budget due to an increase in calls to the casino. When we reviewed the host community agreement, the host community agreement established a community impact payment, which is $2.5 million per year plus inflation, to reimburse the city for direct and indirect impacts of the casino. And when you review this document, it includes additional police and fire protection services, as well as increased use of city services. So we were not convinced that this was sort of an unexpected impact of the casino, and also that this request should not be covered under the host community agreement. So we've based on that understanding of the host community agreement, we concluded that the increased calls to the fire department associated with MGM were accounted for in the annual community impact payment. So we really can't recommend awarding this grant for the TAC unit. So with that, I will open that up for questions.
I think you can go ahead, Joe.
Okay, none appearing. So the next one is a request from the Springfield Police Department. So they're requesting $125,000 to purchase a variety of equipment to address public safety needs at MGM Springfield as part of their Metro unit. And there was a full list of those items in the analysis memo. Now, after reviewing the request earlier this year, the review team initially recommended awarding the full amount of the grant. Now, of course, more recently, given the events going on around the country, there has been some discussion about whether or not it's appropriate for the Gaming Commission to be funding all of these categories of items. And we certainly leave it to the Commission's discretion to fund or not fund any part of this grant. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
Commissioner Zuniga?
Thank you. Yeah, I was in particular, I would be not in favor of the equipment. Can you scroll down a little bit, Joe? I know we've done equipment funding in the past, but when it comes to the protective shields, the riot shields, is one area that I think is, if we're going to consider or reconsider any one of these, that would be the area of where I think we should be moving in another direction. I think there are elements of these that are important to have for some eventuality, but I would suggest that in this category we would not fund that.
Any further questions or comments? Commissioner O'Brien?
I know we talked about this in the briefings in terms of, it seems like a lot of this equipment speaks to the open area that MGM has for events and was done in the aftermath of the shooting at the MGM property in Las Vegas. So a lot of that does make sense to me.
Commissioner O'Brien, just one moment, please. If people could mute their phones, it's important that we hear everyone. So other than the commissioners and Joe, if we could mute, thank you. Commissioner Brown, I'm going to ask if you could just repeat your last.
Certainly. So a lot of what is on this list makes sense to me in terms of MGM's option and probably plans to do big events on that plaza, particularly in light of that shooting in Las Vegas. But to Commissioner Zuniga's point, I guess if there can be a greater discussion about how the protective riot shields play into that response. Is there any other information that you can give the commission on that item?
I'll ask Kate if she can pop in on this. She was the sort of the chief reviewer on this one.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Kate, we can't quite hear you.
Oh.
If you could just get closer to your microphone, perhaps.
Is that a little bit better?
It is.
Okay, wonderful. With regard to this particular request, during the initial review, and given my review of the deliberations, we had seen this piece of equipment, these protective shields, which have ballistic protective capability and are a protective piece of equipment for police officers, similar to what is in the active shooter kits that are being requested as being part and parcel of a request for protective equipment for police. This is perhaps the term riot shield is not quite doing it justice to the versatility of this particular piece of equipment, which can be used for crowd control. Essentially, when officers are moving in a line and the shields are aligned as they move in lockstep down to relocate or push back a particular crowd in an area where there's a public safety concern. So in seeing these shields as working with the other portions of the request, I think that is something that in my particular review I saw as a logical request in the context of the complete request by Springfield. And I do think, to Commissioner O'Brien's point, that this was in fact motivated by the events at ARIA in Las Vegas. And so I did see kind of a holistic approach to the request at the time that the request was made. Again, these requests were made and the evaluative process was begun in February.
Thank you, Kate. Yes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Kate. Commissioner O'Brien, did you have a follow-up?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Oh, this is Commissioner Cameron then. I'm sorry. Yeah. Commissioners, just bear with us because we can't see everyone's face. So Commissioner Cameron?
Yeah, I would like to speak to this request. I did have a chance to look at all of these items. And I do see the protective shields differently as a military piece of equipment as opposed to protection in the event of an active shooter. The active shooter kits are more the protective gear, vests and whatnot. The shield, I have not, in my experience, seen shields being used with an active shooter. So we spoke about earlier not being tone deaf and really doing our small part to take a look at what's happening. And one of the issues is less use of military style equipment. So I would be supportive of funding all of these issues, but not the protective shields.
If I may just add one additional comment, and in the context of your comments, Commissioner Cameron, about not funding kind of military style equipment, this is a request to replace equipment that the Springfield Police Department was already utilizing. They do have a quantity of shields that are available. However, they're quite aged. They're from 1976 and an older style, and perhaps have less efficacy now than they did initially, given the years they've been used and stored and used for training. So if there is a particular concern about, we're not injecting new equipment into this department. It is a request for replacement of equipment that is wearing out through attrition. So that was something that was considered in all of the deliberations, both back in February and I think more recently as well. So thank you.
Commissioner Zuniga, or Commissioner,
Yeah.
one minute, I'm sorry. Again, because I can't see everyone, I think Commissioner Cameron, you have a follow-up?
I do not. I just,
Okay, and then Commissioner Stebbins or Commissioner O'Brien?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Just to jump in on the point that Kate just raised. This is outdated equipment, and I think it would beg the question, if the city saw such value in it, why they had not been able to keep it upgraded. This is not a significant cost, but I think it's a cost that they're suggesting that the Gaming Commission pick up, and I have some concerns about that.
Commissioner Zuniga, I think you wanted to weigh in.
Yeah, the distinction that Kate makes, I don't quite agree with. I think replacing rather than inserting new, in this case, is I don't think it only perpetuates, I think, something that I at least I'm uncomfortable with in our little narrow sliver here, which is the point that Commissioner Cameron makes as well, relative perpetuating a military style type of approach is something that we need to be moving away. So if this equipment is obsolete, perhaps that's a good thing.
And that's a very good point. If it's obsolete, then perhaps they don't need it. I have absolutely, I'm not wavering at all. I would be uncomfortable, given all that we are learning in real time right now about policing and the needs of our community, to in any way use these funds to take care of purchasing riot shields. Right now, our casinos, the immediate impact on the casinos is not at all clear to me, and that's our guidance. I would go back to my earlier comments. We do need to support, we welcome supporting the police departments. It's core to our mission to ensure public safety at the casinos. I welcome these applications. I look forward to guidelines that perhaps consider injecting requests for how police departments can enhance community policing, how they can enhance their own training on implicit bias and racial discrimination, and how they can use our funding for de-escalating any concerns that might arise at our casinos. I don't see any connection with our funding riot shields at this time. It's more than being tone deaf. It isn't not in any, not to of course in any way use your words literally, as Commissioner Zuniga had said. Commissioner Cameron, it's $15,000 of funding that comes through us, and we have a responsibility. So I think it's a very important piece for us to consider. And I do hear from Joe that we could extract pieces of the online without having to reduce the request altogether. So
yes, you could when you make your motion, you can change the dollar value of that to reflect, what portion of the grant you want to award.
Right, and again, as we have said, where there's been a denial, any applicant can revisit it. We are always going to remain open-minded, but at this point, I don't see the nexus to our, the impacting the casinos where we need to fund this piece, particularly as our everything we right now have before us from a national conversation is evolving. We need to be listening, and I'm looking forward to our own internal continued work on these matters. In fact, I have convened a working group on unconscious bias and anti-discrimination. We actually are going to be meeting this afternoon. So our work continues internally, and I think this is an important piece for us to consider for our guidelines going forward.
Madam Chair, Joe, you tell me if this is wrong procedurally, but would it be cleaner to avoid any exhaustion at the end to simply do a motion and a vote on the reduction of this now so that it can just be cleaner at the end of what will be a very long day when we vote?
You're certainly welcome to, I think. I don't think that there's no magic to doing all the motions at the end. It just seemed to make sense to try to hit them all at once, but you're certainly welcome to do that.
Yeah, and Commissioner O'Brien, as always, I'm welcoming your alertness to this. I was struggling in my own mind how we would keep track of each, making whether ultimately we could make a full move on all of the pieces if we thought we had a consensus on everything. This probably is, although we've raised individual questions so far with my very informal temperature taking, this is probably the one where we haven't, we've indicated perhaps that we wouldn't be able to move forward fully on the recommendation of the team. That doesn't mean we won't revisit the others, so I don't, but at this point it probably makes sense to mark this down while it's fresh in our mind. So do we, I believe it would not be out of order to do an incremental vote on this particular one, and then the math will be done for us magically, and we can move on to the next item. Commissioner O'Brien, do you have a motion then?
Certainly. Madam Chair, I move that in consideration of the recommendations made by the Community Mitigation Fund Committee as it relates to the Springfield Police Department request, that the total request be amended to reflect the deletion of $15,000 for the protective riot shields, and have the total be amended to reflect an amount of $110,000.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Any discussion on the math? Moving.
Please check the math.
Yeah, thank you. Then we will. Joe's given us the thumbs up on that because I wasn't calculating it, so thank you. Then we will do a roll call vote on this incremental vote. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So on this piece, we have a 5-0 vote to inform the team. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're ready to move on. The next one is another Springfield application. This is from the Parking Authority, requesting $100,000 to conduct a parking demand study to identify opportunities to recover revenue lost due to the opening of the MGM parking garage. So, MGM opened a 3,500 space free parking garage. That has resulted in both the Civic Center and the I-91 South garages having lost significant revenues since the opening of the MGM garage. So what this application proposes to do is evaluate parking in the downtown area to help develop alternatives to address downtown parking while also potentially opening up land for redevelopment. I think, the notion is that with this extra parking that MGM has provided, maybe some of these existing parking lots, when they get redeveloped, may not need to be as large. They open up some swaths of land for future development, which the parking authority could then use to sort of recover some of the lost revenue that they had, due to the parking garage. And we definitely look favorably on this. We think it's a good use of the $100,000 for the city to do this study and help identify some opportunities going forward. And with that, I will open it up for questions.
Before we continue, Commissioner Stebbins, I'm out of order, but I would be remiss if I didn't reflect on the fact that at our last, on the last item, we're very lucky to have the expertise of Commissioner Cameron and for guidance. So I may not have given that due respect, and I regret that because I heard her say, her opinion, and I'm so feel so thankful that we have among the 5 of us that immediate experience. So I just wanted to note that for the record. Now we can move on to this. I'm sorry, my apologies.
No, Madam Chair, no need. I think we all value each other's expertise, so I thank you for that.
It made me feel, of course, empowered and strengthened with my own personal opinion to know it was backed by that experience. And when I say personal opinion, it's based on really what we're learning in this evolving conversation. So thank you very, very much.
Agreed. Thank you.
There's a reason why the legislature knew that we needed to have that public safety experience. So thank you. Now moving on to our Springfield revenue recovery. I think Commissioner Stebbins, you had a comment.
Sure. Just to add some info to this request, I think all of us who had a chance to venture out to MGM prior to the suspension of operations found that MGM was trying to tackle issues of directing people to upper floors who, again, were using their free parking to go to work or whatever downtown, and not necessarily be a patron of the casino itself. So there's certainly demonstrable evidence showing that people were vacating the garages, as evidenced by the steps that MGM was taking. And we've all seen the Civic Center garage, which has probably outlived its usefulness by at least 20 years, and giving the authority the ability to look at the future of that and how it'll impact downtown parking. I think this is a thoughtful application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions or comments on this application? Okay, Joe, I think you can go forward.
Okay, so I think, if I'm not mistaken, this one is the last of the specific impact grants. This is West Springfield Police and Fire / EMS Direct Impact. I'm going to tell you right up front, this one is complicated, and the review team really didn't come to a resolution on this one. It really comes down to, I think, to some policy decisions on the part of the commission. So I'll go through this, and like I said, bear with me because it is kind of complicated. So West Springfield is requesting $200,000 to offset the costs associated with additional police and fire personnel that they hired in anticipation of the MGM opening. So back at the beginning of 2008, before MGM was open, they hired 16 new personnel. There were 8 firefighters or EMTs, 4 patrolmen, and 4 dispatchers. Now, this is the first year where we have been funding or attempting to fund operational related impacts, operational related costs for police and fire departments, or for public safety in general. So in order to receive a specific impact grant for public safety operational costs, an applicant has to demonstrate 3 things. First, that the project is addressing an impact of the casino. Second, that the impact was not addressed in the surrounding community agreement. And third, that the funds, and this is the key sort of piece of this, that the funds will supplement and not supplant historical operations fund. So on the first point, we agree that West Springfield has identified an impact associated with the casino. There have been increases in calls for service and vehicle crashes in West Springfield that are believed to be caused by the casino. In fact, the most recent presentation from Christopher Bruce did indicate that there were increases in vehicle crashes, and he believed that they were, in fact, caused or related to the casino, certainly. So on the second point, the surrounding community agreement provides West Springfield with $375,000 per year for basically all of the impacts associated with MGM. And now their surrounding community agreement was the result of arbitration, and West Springfield did win that arbitration. But now the costs of these additional public safety personnel are just over $1 million per year, or at least that's what they have budgeted for the coming fiscal year. So the review team does agree that the surrounding community agreement doesn't cover the full cost of this staffing. And again, we've said this before, but a complicating factor here is the fact that that first look-back study hasn't been completed. And those look-back studies are really, they're intended to identify the costs associated with the impacts of the casino. So with that, it's impossible for us to fully understand what those costs might be. Now, many of these new public safety personnel were initially funded through a federal SAFER grant, which pays 75% of the cost for the first 2 years and 30% of the cost for the third year. I think these were for the fire department related personnel, if I'm not mistaken. West Springfield is now entering into the third year, so that reduced level of grants, that 30% level. Now, when this category of grant was added, what we envisioned was that a public safety agency would identify a new impact of the casino that wasn't really expected, and then would come to us saying, hey, we need to add service, or we need to add overtime, or we need to add personnel to address this newly identified impact. And that's where this notion of supplementing and not supplanting funds was identified. So where that leaves us, in this case with West Springfield, it's really not quite so clear. And, honestly, personally, I was back and forth on this thing about a half a dozen times on whether we should or shouldn't fund it. So I'm going to give you the two sides of the argument, and then we can have a discussion on, how we want to move forward on this. On one side of the argument, West Springfield has had these new public safety personnel in place since 2018, and this application is not asking to fund any new activities of the public safety agency. And therefore, this request is merely replacing an existing source of funding. That is, it is supplanting historical funding. Now, the other side of the argument, let's say in 2018, West Springfield only added staff that fit within those surrounding community agreement payments. So let's say they added, a couple of staff members or whatever the numbers would work out to be. And then after MGM opened, they realized they needed this additional staff due to these increased calls. If they came into us with a request saying, hey, these calls are way over and above what were expected, and we need to provide additional overtime or additional personnel to do that, would we consider that application? We certainly would. But would we consider that supplementing existing funding because it's a new activity? The answer is, well, I think we could say, probably yes. So then that begs the question, are we essentially penalizing West Springfield for being proactive in their hiring of public safety personnel, which they did before the open? So we really just, like I said, we just couldn't really come to a decision. And I think it comes down to sort of that interpretation of supplementing versus supplanting. And I think this is really sort of establishing policy here. If we agree to fund this, then we're establishing somewhat of a precedent. I know we deal with these things on a case-by-case basis, but that sort of creates a different scenario than maybe what we envisioned when this category was first proposed. So with that, I will open it up to discussion.
I have a question / comment. What is, you did mention, Joe, that there is still no way to know what portion of the increased calls was needed in terms of staffing. We have not yet done that, they have not yet done that analysis, is that correct?
Well, you know, it's hard for us to put a dollar value. If these increased calls of service, what's the dollar value of that? I don't think we really know what that is. But, you know, I mean, the town did provide us information on the increased levels of calls and that kind of thing. But saying that, you know, this person responds to this number of things, I mean, it's a calculation it's almost impossible to do, you know.
Yeah, I realize that, because, but that is where the difficulties really originates, this notion of supplementing. Because, and I understand the point you make about whether this would be a penalty for being proactive. Either way, whether it's just proactive or reactive, if we want to really try to calculate the incremental cost, there needs to be at least some level of comfort that that the increased calls required an increment in people, not necessarily the notion that, you know, you could still have, you may have been busier with the same number of people rather than needing additional people.
Right, and you know, we don't know how West Springfield arrived at that number of additional staff that they added. We don't have that data point.
No, that would be an important data point as well, because I don't even think they would have had the appropriate information to conduct a proper staffing study early on before the casino opened. So that one is difficult to determine as well, what the real need is. It seems to be that that's an awful lot of personnel for the percentages of increases.
Yeah, just to jump in, as Joe said, this one is not easy, and I'm worried about penalizing the city of West Springfield for trying to be proactive in not understanding or not knowing what the impacts might be. But at the same time, I struggle with the supplementing versus, you know, supplanting question. And we're at this interesting time where the look back studies have not been completed. It's still only a portion of the overall cost of the folks that were brought on. I might have a bigger question about, you know, what West Springfield has spent the $375,000 on that MGM did give them. But you know, I would at this point lean in favor of approving this request, but it comes with a big proviso as to future funding in years out.
You know, there's certainly a possibility that if the commission wants to move ahead with this, it wants to approve this, we could certainly make it for, you know, condition it that, you know, that we would not, you know, sort of renew it unless and until the look back studies or other documentation could, you know, sort of document the impact. I don't know if that's a middle ground that's acceptable or not.
It is not for me. I am on the side of this one, feeling like there is a real supplanting piece, and with not great comfort level relative to the information as to why this is a supplement.
Joe, can I ask a question? The 375 that they get to the host and surrounding community agreement, that's not dedicated to police and fire personnel, correct?
No, it's not. You know, that's sort of a summary of sort of all impacts and, it's like any source of revenue. It goes into the general fund. The surrounding community agreement talks about some specific things that it's to be used for, but they all have this ultimate statement that says that basically that the city or town can use it at their discretion. It doesn't necessarily have to go exactly for those things that it was identified for.
Right. I mean, it's on a fact pattern right in front of us. It would seem to be supplanting, but I see your point about penalizing them for being proactive, because you can envision a circumstance where February of 2021, having lost the grant thing, they've lost that position. They now come back and say, I need the position back. Now it's a new position. So now I'm asking you for it because I'm supplementing and I'm not supplanting. And so
Right.
This year does seem to be an oddity in terms of that. So I am a little more comfortable with the idea of this being an oddity, but then mandating more information from them to the extent they ever come back to say, you need to show stats more specifically about how these calls relate, et cetera.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And Commissioner Stebbins mentioned, as did Commissioner O'Brien, not being penalized for being proactive. And I suspect we can say the study that is not done in a timely manner, and would we be penalizing them for that as well?
There's two sides to that argument. The study may show there's impacts, or the study may show that there aren't impacts.
Agreed, but if we had it completed, we'd know one way or the other. That would make our job much easier here today, right?
Absolutely.
Joe, wasn't there, can you speak a little bit to the funding that they use, the federal funding that they use for these positions? Isn't that normally awarded on the notion that helps police departments and the like to manage the attrition, the natural attrition that they're going to have based on retirements and whatnot?
I mean, that might be part of it. Actually, maybe, Kate, can you weigh in on this? I'm going to tell you that safer grants aren't necessarily right in my wheelhouse.
Nor are they in mine, since they're kind of on the federal level. But I do think, just as a general proposition, staff and planning and police departments attrition and retirement promotion is always a consideration. And from a policy standpoint, I think we'd like to encourage that type of thought process within a department when they are coming to request funds. In the grand scheme of things, it certainly would make the process more efficient from the community mitigation standpoint. I think what's unusual about this particular circumstance is that the reduced funding of the grant and how it coincides with the opening and with this particular request. I think that's something that's been identified by all of the commissioners at this point. So certainly in light of that, it's a curious situation for us to consider, but perhaps looking at it from a policy standpoint is what would be beneficial going forward. And with that in mind, even possibly a consideration for guidelines in future years.
I guess I'm struck by the fact that the team didn't come to a recommendation. This is the only one where the team isn't making an affirmative recommendation. And so I feel if it was so ambiguous, then I feel like you probably didn't have an application that warranted you to support recommending that we go forward. The struggle here, whether it's taking care of supplanting versus supplementing, seems to be a struggle. Can you just explain a little bit of the process again to me, Joe? Did you have a straw vote among all your team? Just how you're evaluating this particular application?
I mean, when we evaluate them, like I said, we have one sort of chief reviewer who presents, and then we all sort of throw in our 2 cents worth. And on this one, there was just, well, not really a straw poll, but there was just sort of, well, I think we should, no, I don't think we should give it, or maybe we should, or maybe it just was one of those things that's like, we just couldn't come to that point where we all said yes or no, you know, that's.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's it becomes a judgment call really into how we're viewing the fact pattern, as Commissioner O'Brien says, and the difficulty between what looks to be this unique situation that may be different if it was that they've been not less proactive. You know, once we get into the subjunctive, it's really hard to predict. You know, what we would have done or said under different circumstances, and that's probably perhaps really the heart of the difficulty.
Yeah. I mean, I hate the idea of using the word that we're penalizing them, and so that's what I'm struggling with. I just, you know, I didn't feel it was sufficiently supported.
I don't know. I just don't view it. Maybe this is just me. I don't just view it as penalizing.
Right.
I think they, you know, like everywhere else, the community does what they feel is in the interest of them. You know, at any particular point in time, they were able to secure this funding and saw activity around them, and they went for it, which was only temporary funding. Their plan to now come to this mitigation fund is not a bad one, but I think for me it cuts along the lines of supplanting, and so, you know, again, it's a judgment call, like many of the calls we make otherwise, not necessarily today, but I think ultimately that's how we feel about it.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I feel like it is, I'm hung up more on the word of historical operations funding. I think there's another way to look at it, because we probably need to go back and determine what we mean by that. Because in my view, when I hear that, I think of ongoing historical operations funding. I don't think of short-term grants with a finite period of time done specifically to address impact. There doesn't seem to be a lot of question about, at this point, disputing that it's impact. Which is why I'm inclined to allow the request now, with the clear understanding that there's going to have to be a much deeper dive to the extent that this is going to continue any further than this.
Yeah, I would agree with that rationale. You know, there are impacts. The study is not complete. There is no host community agreement that specifically addresses public safety. And you know, they did in fact add these personnel to address casino issues. Whether or not the numbers are correct, I don't think we have enough information, but I would be comfortable moving forward on this one with caveat that we need more information in the future.
Commissioner Cameron, maybe I need to go back to a point that you made earlier, that you thought the staffing numbers were high.
That's a lot of money to add for a community that size, 1.6 million in new personnel. That's a high number. So, but like I say, we don't have information as to where they got those numbers, what kind of a staffing study was conducted, you know, and we don't have the information as to the impacts, you know, what those calls for service would have really, we just don't have that information.
Right.
But I think it will be helpful when this look back is complete, but that's going to be difficult to do because the new normal, we don't know when that will transpire again, when we will have the real numbers moving forward, whatever that means. So that's not an easy project right now if those numbers were not already completed on the front end. And Joe, you don't know if they were or they were not, correct?
Well, I think with respect to public safety, it's not difficult. They are compiling data that exists.
Yeah.
So the calls for service are there. Every one of the cities and towns that are subject to these look back studies, they have the data from the opening of the casino. It's just whether or not they were able to get, and I know that some of the work has started on this. It's just that, that it hasn't been completed. So I think with the public safety thing, I think we can get at that, in this look back study.
Right.
Traffic data is a different thing. If they hadn't done the traffic counts and the facility opens at only some percentage of its capacity, doing traffic numbers doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but this is looking at historic data from the opening.
So we just don't have access to that to help us this year with that decision, correct?
Correct.
Is there a time frame where that may be the case? I mean, these could be. I know we have a cycle in all of these. We're going to be up against what we discussed with Everett just a little while ago, relative to just the increase of operation. The return to normalcy is going to look different than before. But is there a timeline, Joe?
No, I mean, I think maybe what we could do on this, I'm a little reluctant to even suggest it, but we could defer this, and we could maybe look, I can reach back out to MGM and the cities and towns and find out what kind of a schedule we have for that look back study, and maybe we could get more information from West Springfield with respect to what kind of a staffing study they did to determine what that need was at the beginning. And maybe we can provide some more data on this, but.
Yeah, I'd be interested in that, including, for example, what has transpired since the closure of the casino in these months. Do the calls for service remain the same?
I think in some respects, they're looking at, they have a certain level of staffing that they're trying to maintain, so that the number of calls for service now with the casino closed is somewhat irrelevant to that, I guess. You know what I mean?
And that cuts both ways, which was my point before.
Yeah.
There's maybe your basic, whatever you need to be operational and respond to however many calls for service. And then there's the incremental, which is what that elusive number that we're always trying to ascertain.
And I just want to make sure I'm not missing a piece here. When they decided to increase their police and fire department, to expand it to include, they increased in anticipation. They hired 4 dispatchers, 4 patrolmen, and 8 firefighters above what they already had in place in anticipation, but they did that without the benefit of any data.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we don't have that data.
Did they indicate to you that they had done it based on some kind of data extrapolation from other jurisdictions, anything to say, looking or knowing, it would have to be an extrapolation because it was anticipatory. And again, we don't necessarily want to penalize being anticipatory, but I just wonder if there was anything that showed reason for that expansion.
Again, we didn't ask the question, and no information. It's probably something we should have asked. In hindsight, when we kind of got to this sort of impasse on this, it's looking back, we're saying, well, maybe we should have asked that question.
Joe, can I ask if you've ever seen the application for the federal grant and whether that's something that might shed some light on this?
That's what I was wondering, really. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I have not seen that. That was not a document that was submitted to us.
That might help shed some light on sort of the request for the amount maybe. And I know we have deferred shortly in the past. I think Focus, we deferred once because we wanted more information on a legal question.
Yeah, we've done that once.
Really, if it's deferred, how long do you do it such that if the ultimately answer from us is yes, you can have it? I'd hate to see the impact of a layoff or a termination because we didn't give them an answer in a timely fashion, but.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question.
Joe, to Commissioner O'Brien's point, I'm assuming because none of the applications came in this year on an emergency request that, we're not up against a tight time frame, but I appreciate and like your idea of, deferring this until from this conversation, because we've had commissioners ask for some additional information, myself included, that we defer this until we can circle back with the City of West Springfield and get some more details.
Commissioners?
Do we want to do that in the form of a motion or take a straw?
Should we take a straw vote first to see if we should defer? Because maybe there may be either a yes now or a no now, and then something in between. Are we comfortable with a straw vote?
Well, I was just going to speak in favor of deferring this because I am currently a no, but I realize that there's information that may be very helpful in trying to reconcile what I was previously referring to a judgment call. So I go along with Commissioner Stebbins' recommendation that we simply defer this and take it up at a point in time when we have more of that information.
Yeah, I would be comfortable with that as well. And I don't know that it would be difficult to get some of that information, so it shouldn't be a prolonged deferment.
No, I think, we might, I'm just thinking what the next schedule is. I'm not necessarily sure it would be ready for the 16th. It might be the meeting after that, the 30th, that would be ready to come back, give them some time to get stuff together for us. And so we're, we're interested, I'm going to find out about the look back studies. And then the SAFER grants, and then the staffing study. Yeah.
Joe, would it be helpful to you for us to send along those questions that each of us has had as you revisit those conversations with the city?
Yes, that would be great if you could do that.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to make a motion right now, or we can.
I'm ready for it.
I move that the commission defer consideration of the application from the town of West Springfield for police and fire department assistance as presented in the packet today.
Second.
Now further discussion or comments at this point? Okay. Thank you. I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Cameron?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
I think that was my dog voting aye, but I'll also vote aye on that one.
Yes, Commissioner Stebbins and I have to compete on our dog barking. We have a new trick with ours, so that was not my puppy. But I vote yes, 5-0 on that. Thank you for the good work. And our goal would be no later than July 30th, please, on that, so
Yep.
that we can be helpful to the department in a way to be timely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we are at the end of the specific impact grants, and actually, I think this might be an opportune time to take a break before we go into the transportation construction, if you want to do that, or we can certainly, we can plow ahead if you want to do that.
I say break.
I hear break. I see Commissioner Cameron even smiling for a break, and I know Commissioner Zuniga's all in. So it is now 1:06, 1:10. Would a 20-minute break be sufficient, or do you want a half an hour?
I think 20 is okay. Oh, and then replace saying half?
30 or 20?
I can do either.
I could do 30.
Okay, Commissioner Zuniga, I am going to defer to you on 30 minutes. I want you to come back completely fulfilled from your lunch break, and we've planned on a good lengthy meeting today, so it's 1:10. That makes it 1:40 return. And thank you everyone for all your good work and for hanging in here on this important meeting.
Thanks. And I'm going to ask Mary to stop sharing this screen because for these transportation construction projects, I got to work out my kinks with with sharing the screens because I'd like to show some maps of the areas. Everybody seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so Chelsea, again, we started talking about this a little bit earlier. They have requested $500,000 as a specific impact grant and $1 million for a transportation construction grant for the Beecham and Williams Street corridor work. And so looking at this, I'll show you that, so the casino is way over here on the left. You can just see the word harbor. Beecham Street runs into Broadway, and part of it, the first part of it is in Everett, and then the Chelsea line is somewhere, actually runs right through the middle of the produce market. So Beecham follows up here and then turns into Williams, and I think, let me just squeeze this down a little bit so we can see it all. And there's Williams, runs all the way down to the end here. So in order to document the Encore impact, Chelsea performed traffic studies before and after the project opened and showed an increase in traffic of 19%. They did this count during October of 2019, so the facility had been open for a few months at that point. So we definitely agreed that there is an impact associated with Encore. Now, the total project cost of this is $11.8 million, and it's not just for roadway work, but it's also for some utility, water and sewer improvements and drainage improvements. We did ask that they break out just the roadway costs, and they make up about $7 million of the total project cost. So if the commission funds the full $1.5 million request, our contribution would be about 21% of the roadway costs, or just 14% of the total project cost. So we felt that this was a pretty reasonable contribution on the part of the Gaming Commission. And Chelsea has also secured a $3 million federal grant from the Department of Commerce, as well as a loan and grant funds from the MWRA to help with the water and sewer work. And the city will put up the remainder of the funds. So, they really did exactly what we asked for in this grant, is that a big piece of this is from other matching funds. We have the federal grant, we have the MWRA grant and loan, we have city funds, and that the Gaming Commission is only providing sort of a piece of the funds. So we are recommending that the commission award both the specific impact grant for $500,000 and the transportation construction grant for $1 million. So if there's any questions on that one, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions, Commissioner Zuniga?
I'll just make a point that Joe only alluded to. I think in my mind, these checks all of the attributes that we would want in a construction grant of this kind, even to the math that comes out to just about the impact that was identified properly by the city, and then that being a parallel proportion when it comes to the project cost. So I think the city went about really methodically, and that's another big check in my mind for this overall project as well as the request. So I'm in full support of this, even though it's a big ticket item, but we expected that, things would turn like that on certain of these grants.
And this definitely is exactly what we envisioned, the type of project that we envisioned when we added this construction category.
Other comments or questions? I want to commend Chelsea for its application, and especially I want to just extend my thoughts to Chelsea because they've been so hard hit with COVID-19. They did an excellent application. I think I mentioned this to you in the 2x2s, Joe, and Commissioner O'Brien can correct me, but I think that this might be an opportunity for, if we do outreach to, I know we will do it through the local community mitigation committees, but if we do any kind of outreach to help future applicants enhance their applications, that perhaps Chelsea could be one of your guest speakers, because it really is such a strong application. The impact is very, very clear here, and I like that they were able to see that there was opportunity through two angles, and I'm pleased that we're able to consider from both sides. So to the extent that this helps, I have no problem doing the two. So we're going to have eventually a vote that will be for both the special and then this one for 1.5, right?
We have two separate motions, one under the specific impact grant section and one under the construction grant section. So they won't be voted at exactly the same time. We'll do them in order, but yeah, they'll come up twice.
But your recommendation is to couple them and it's specific rather than special. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, any other comments?
Just, it's great.
Okay, so I'm going to share again this next one. Everybody getting the map? Okay, so this next one is the City of Everett extension of the Northern Strand Community Trail. So if you look here, Encore is right down here, a little peninsula sticking out into the Mystic River. Gateway Center is next door. And this green line that you see right up at the top is the Northern Strand Community Trail. This extends from this point all the way up north into Lynn. And it actually extends beyond in sort of an unpaved fashion. But so what their proposal is to extend the line from this point. It will pass under Route 16 on the railroad right-of-way. And then it will pass behind the Gateway Center. And then it will connect into, so the harbor walk along here then connects underneath into the Gateway Center. So this bike path will then connect all the way down right directly into Encore Boston Harbor. So, this is a project, we gave Everett a grant to do the design of this, to do a study initially on the design, some of the design of the Northern Strand extension. And so they're asking for $375,000 towards this extension. The owners of the Gateway Center have committed $2.3 million towards this effort. The City of Everett has committed $1.75 million towards the design and the construction, and a gap that they don't have covered right now. But with the history that they've had recently on bidding projects, the bids have been coming in rather high. So, they want to have some contingency on that. And what we have done is essentially we've recommended funding an amount up to $375,000 that will be based, once they open bids and see how the bids come in, we'll just fund that gap up to $375,000. And again, we think this is a great project. We're only funding a very small piece of it. It's making these huge connections from the north down to the Encore site. There's already a lot of bicyclists that use, employees at Encore that, up until the closure, were using, taking bikes to the site. But every one of them right now has to either traverse Sweetser Circle or Santilli Circle, and if you've ever driven those, you know how difficult that is. This creates a completely protected route to the casino, so we really like this project. We think it's a real great project. And I will open it up for questions on that one.
Yeah,
Commissioner Cameron?
yeah, I agree. I love this project. I love bicycling safely, and they've certainly made the case, and all kinds of other funding that they've procured. So no, I totally agree with this one. It's really a great project for the region.
Yeah, I would just add to that. It really is kind of helps complete a lot of the objectives we had early on, which was to connect as many people as we could to Encore Boston Harbor without having to have folks on the road. So, you know, linking through the bike path network in and around the Mystic River, I think was a critical objective from the start. And it's nice to see that we can help complete a piece of that with this award.
Joe, are we able to get exact data, or not necessarily exact, are we trying to collect data on bicycling use, or is that something Everett's doing, or do we have that?
Yeah,
right now it's stalled, but.
Right, Everett has done, and working with the MAPC and others, have done some studies showing, you know, how much traffic they get on Broadway and other places, and so they do have some pretty robust data on bicyclist use. And I can tell you from experience, there's a lot of bicyclists right now that use Broadway that would probably use this route. But I think the key of that is those people who are using Broadway and going through Sweetser Circle, they're pretty hardcore bicyclists, you know. So
yeah, to Commissioner Zuniga, that's why I'm thinking that during this kind of unique time, it'll be really interesting if we collected data on bicycling in Everett, because I suspect the numbers will be much different than before. There's so many bicycles out there. You know, I live in the area, and it's very safe biking right now because the car traffic is so reduced. But this is going to make it that much better. But it would be really interesting to see if there's an enhancement. Commissioner Zuniga has gone outside on us.
I know it's for other reasons, but the day is also really nice.
Yes.
I was just going to mention, Chair. I think Joe was getting to this, but.
I'm sorry, Joe, if I cut you off.
No, he can finish in a minute. Maybe he'll let me make his thought. This is the type of projects that if you build it, they will come. My guess is that, and I'm a big fan of these kinds of projects because as an amateur bicyclist, I prefer when it's a really nice path, and anybody who agrees with that notion is a car potentially off the road, which is the biggest impact that we heard during all the hearings for people, traffic. So I like this project. I like the innovation, by the way, from the group here about funding a contingency. I think we may be in a potentially favorable bidding environment with a bit of a recession, but construction is tricky. Sometimes recessions do not necessarily mean lower bids. So I think it's an innovative way as well to fund this, and I'm in full support.
Joe?
Yeah, the one thing I was just going to say is that by, you know, I said the people using Broadway right now are pretty hardcore bicyclists, but a project like this will encourage people who are not those people to use the bike path, and you know, this opens up huge swaths of area to the north, and I'm thinking more employees perhaps than patrons, you know, that would encourage employees to use their bikes. The other thing is you can park your bike at the facility. You don't have to go to Wellington and take a shuttle and do those other things. So there's a sort of an incentive for people to take their bikes there because they have, you know, sort of direct access. So we just think this is, you know, this is a home run.
Exciting.
Okay, if there are no further comments on this one, the next one is the City of Lynn. I don't have a graphic for this one, but citywide traffic signal upgrades at various locations. Lynn is requesting $735,000 to perform traffic signal upgrades at up to 30 locations throughout the city. You know, we had a little hard time with this one. You know, initially we asked the applicant to provide us some additional information regarding the connection of this project to impacts of the casino. And while we did get some additional traffic related information, it was really, you know, just giving us back information that was in the EIRs and things of that nature. Now we did give the City of Lynn a grant to do some studies of these traffic signals. And we did that, you know, with the knowledge that the traffic impact from the casino is probably not terribly significant. But the thought being is that if traffic flow can be improved, that it makes sense to try to do that. But on these transportation construction projects, one of the main focuses of this is that requirement of providing significant matching funds. And again, we didn't say what our percent of the cost would be, but we expected that we would provide a piece of the project with others, being the city, feds, state, private, whoever, basically providing the lion's share of the money. And in this case, they didn't really identify matching funds for this project. You know, they indicated to us that, you know, they're doing some other work in other parts of town and we should consider that a match, which didn't really, you know, we're saying that you have to provide matching funds for this project. And in addition, they said, you know, the overall traffic signal improvements citywide are like $7.4 million. But again, there's been no commitment of funds. There's no, nothing was identified that we would consider for this to be a match. So while we do agree that there is an Encore related impact, that impact is really quite small, getting that far away from the facility. And also, you know, the demand for these transportation construction project grants significantly outstripped our target amount for these. So essentially, while we agree that this project would certainly provide benefits to travelers on, you know, Lynn's streets, you know, due to this relatively small impact and the lack of matching funds, you know, we're not recommending this project for funding. And with that, I will open this one up for questions.
Joe, yep, sorry, Madam Chair. Joe, what I recall about this application as well is there were references to replacing a lot of damaged and outdated equipment. And again, don't really see that that qualifies for, you know, funding through this grant to, you know, take care of, you know, unfortunately we understand the financial strains on communities, but this should have been part of some ongoing maintenance and not just looking to us to help fund some of those repairs.
Okay, if there's no further comments on that, let me just share my next map.
Medford?
Okay, this one is the Medford Wellington Greenway. And I guess when I printed this map, I cut off a little piece of it. But so what this project, they're requesting $945,000 towards the construction of phase 4 of the Wellington Greenway. And I'm going to show you here, this green line that goes here, down, around the railroad tracks and ends up, this is the Wellington T Station parking lot back here. This is where the Wellington Greenway ends. And this project will extend it along the Malden River, and unfortunately I cut off a little piece here, right up to Route 16. So that's, and there's the newly reconstructed bridge right here that MassDOT did. They did a whole bunch of improvements to improve bike access onto the bridge. So they'll tie into those improvements. And then they come down This is the Gateway Center over here. So there's bike paths all the way through the Gateway Center, which again will connect into eventually that new Northern Strand extension, as well as the Gateway connector from Encore. So this again closes a nice gap in the bike network. And you'll see here, this is Station Landing here. So there's a fairly, there's a number of condos and apartments in Station Landing. And then there's this park network across the way, which again has bike paths and other things. And we actually funded a study last year to do a connection under the bridge here, a boardwalk connection under the bridge to connect all these bike paths in. And then beyond this map, there's some fairly large apartment complex developments and other things. So again, this is creating a way to get people over towards the casino. They can drive to Wellington Station and take a shuttle to the casino. They can bike to Wellington Station, take a shuttle to the casino. They can bike all the way to the casino. And at the same time, that's also taking cars off the road. So, those areas of congestion, by taking cars off the road, hopefully you're helping that out. So again, we really like this. Now, this project is a little bit further afield than the Northern Strand project was, but it's still quite close to the casino. So when the concern that we did have with this project, though, was how much money was being asked for compared to what the private contribution was. And so even if we take into account the first 3 phases of the Greenway, those are all privately funded. And then we take in the 4th phase that is going to be partially privately funded and partially funded through us if it's approved. Add them all up, they're saying what they're asking for is about 59% of the funds being from the Gaming Commission, with 41% being from private sources. And I guess we felt, again, the guidelines do not establish a percentage, that we won't go above, but we felt that that number was a little bit high for what, for how that's addressing a casino impact. And what we are suggesting is to fund this, to basically fund 1/3 of the total costs. We felt that we could, that's sort of a number we could live with. And so we're saying that we could fund up to $530,000 for this phase rather than the $945 that they're asking for. We did ask them the question of, what would they do if we only provided a portion of the funding? And, their answer was, well, gee, would really love to just get one source of funding so we don't have to be cobbling things together. But their answer was they thought that they could probably pull together the funding. It may take them a little longer to do that than it might have otherwise. So now with that said, I guess, that's our recommendation, is that sort of 1/3 cost, which of the total project, which is from Station Landing all the way up to Route 16. And yeah, and that's it.
Commissioners, Commissioner Cameron?
Yes, thank you. And that's somewhat consistent with other grants along these lines, right? The 1/3.
Yeah, I think what we've talked about, Chelsea is asking for about 20%. The Everett is actually quite a bit smaller than that because they have multiple sources of funds for the Northern Strand. But I think you'll see West Springfield is a little bit less than 1/3. And that's about, sort of the maximum that we've gone. And I think you have to understand that, there are certainly ancillary benefits. This is not just a benefit to the casino and to the casino property. It's a benefit to the region. And I guess we don't want to be the tail wagging the dog a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Well, I want to point out one of the benefits that I see is something that we commend, Encore Boston Harbor for, is that they brought the waterfront to the people. that access hadn't been available for 100 years. So this is an exciting opportunity to continue that effort. But I think I understand your point, Joe, that you're suggesting that it's a regional benefit. So we don't want to necessarily have a bigger role than what we should have a proportionate role. Is that what you're suggesting?
Exactly. You know, what's our fair share?
Fair share. And it's going to, and if I understand correctly, it will connect the other initiative, correct?
Yes,
So that it'll be a
ultimately,
And I'm hearing you say that Medford did, you asked the question I was hoping that you had gotten answered, which would be, I'd hate to have us funding a piece and then it just couldn't be completed because Medford couldn't find other sources, only because it really is a nice scaled project.
You know, and again, there's a lot of these projects that we see that we really like the projects. If we had, that we'd love to fund these things. I mean, these cities and towns get really creative with some of these projects, and we really like them. But again, we have to be sort of proportionate in our share of what we're doing, because this clearly has ancillary benefits over and above a connection to the casino.
Yeah, and I think I think that's the key point for me. I think projects like these don't usually get federal funds, so that in my mind leaves the city, the private, and maybe the gaming commission in maybe equal footing, which is where it feels to me that this third feels fair. Of course, it's something that we could always come back and revisit. If we make an award and we notice a couple of years go by and they have not made any progress, I would imagine we would ask for them to document where the impediment may have been, or the efforts that they have undertaken until that time, and we could always come back and revisit that. But I think it's a good sort of
starting point. Ground. Yeah, I agree with that, Enrique. Other thoughts, commissioners? Okay.
All right. And let me just pop open my next graphic. Okay, does everybody see that one up there? So this is the request for Revere and Saugus for Route 1 improvements. So they're requesting $500 to construct some limited improvements to the Route 1 North right-of-way near the Overlook Ridge development. It's sort of this little area right here, this little stretch, which has a bit of a bottleneck in it right now. So when the when Encore was proposed, the environmental impact reports estimated that about 9% of the project-related traffic would utilize Route 1. So we, as a team, have accepted that in previous grants and continue to accept that as, demonstration of an impact. Again, the further afield you get from the casino, the impact, tends to reduce. But 9% is a significant number. But the concern that we had with this project, again, it's saying if there's an impact, it essentially makes the project eligible for funds. But in this case, Saugus and Revere are not proposing any local match for the project. And again, that's been one of the key tenets of this whole thing. And I think when you read in the memo, you see I keep repeating this over and over, that there has to be this significant match for the project. You know, they indicated that they just simply didn't have, you know, funds available in their budget to provide matching funds for this project. So while, you know, technically, you know, it's eligible for funding because there is a you know, an impact associated with it. The lack of the match makes us, you know, the review team not recommending that the project be funded. And I'll open that one up for questions.
Questions? Sounds like we can move on.
Okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Again, give me 1 second here. And
that was one area where I thought if we did revisit with any kind of training, that might be helpful for Revere and Saugus. You know.
absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and this was the graphic I was trying to get up earlier for you guys that I failed miserably at. So I'm going to just do, before I get into the West Springfield Complete Streets Park Street Park Ave project, I just wanted to point out that Main Street project that we talked about earlier. So the casino site is here, the MGM site is over here in the lower right-hand corner. We've got the 2 bridges, we got the Memorial Bridge and the Connecticut River. We also have Route 5, which is a limited access highway that runs sort of north-south here. This is that Main Street corridor where they want to do the complete streets study. And again, that was sort of we couldn't really get the connection of a whole lot of casino-related traffic using Main Street when they have Route 147, they have Route 20, they have Route 5. We didn't feel there was a compelling argument that there was going to be a whole lot of traffic using Main Street and that, you know, they weren't really able to demonstrate it. So we already talked about that one, but I just wanted to show that to you at least in a graphic fashion so you could see where we were sort of coming from. So the other piece of this, which is on this same map, is this Park Ave and Park Street, or these parallel roads. There's a little park in between them. They're asking for $1 million for construction work on Park Ave and Park Street, which is also Route 20. So when the environmental impact report was done for MGM, they estimated about 5% of the casino-related traffic would be using Route 20 to access points west, which, you know, we consider to be, you know, a significant enough impact. So we actually did give them some money previously to do a study of this sort of whole corridor here to do complete streets improvements. Because the other notion on this is not just doing roadway improvements to help traffic flow. If you see along this side of the river, this green line that we see, that is the Connecticut River bike path.
Mm-hmm.
So this whole notion of complete streets is accommodating bicycles and pedestrians and public transit and cars and, you know, sort of all those modes of transportation. So the idea is that you're not just trying to get cars moving quicker through here, you're also improving bicycle access and other things. And, you know, if you can make it safer and easier for bicyclists to come and get onto this bike path, maybe they'll forego their vehicle when they're heading down to MGM. So it's the idea of taking some vehicles off the road by providing better connections, but also improving, you know, it's essentially trying to improve all of the modes of transit. So this project, again, we determined that there was an impact on this project. The total cost is about $3.2 million, and they've asked us to provide $1 million, which is about 31.6% of that total cost. The town proposes to use their, you know, state Chapter 90 funds and some municipal street maintenance funds for their share of the project. And again, we were satisfied with this breakdown of funds that it was appropriate for this. So we are recommending a grant of up to $1 million to West Springfield for this project. And I'll open up
questions.
Questions, yes.
Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, just Joe mentioned some of the previous awards, and I went back and looked at those, and throughout their previous applications, they really wanted to stress the Route 20 traffic and getting it through the heart of West Springfield to get people either to the North End Bridge so they could continue on Route 20 and connect up with Interstate 91, or to connect people at the Rotary to that more limited state route, but still 2 lanes each direction on Route 5 to get people down to the casino from points west. So this makes sense to kind of help them complete the work of, to follow up the study and planning money that we'd previously given them.
Other questions or comments?
Yeah, hey, Joe, do you know if there is access as you cross the northern bridge into Springfield, if there's direct access there for the bike path, or is that part of the plan to right there, right where you are?
Yeah, there's direct access.
There is?
Yep.
Great.
There's actually a traffic signal there, I think, allow people to cross over to the northern end of it.
We have our local intelligence over there with Commissioner Stebbins.
I'm glad to have them, because I wasn't going to be able to answer that question.
Been on that bike path a couple of times.
And last year, I think we funded some waterfront public safety equipment too.
We
right?
did, yep.
That's right.
So that would be along that. Now that I'm seeing a map, it kind of makes some good sense to me.
Yeah, it's, unfortunately, the construction of I-91 really created this barrier between the casino site and the river. It's like, and in fact, for the entire of downtown Springfield, it's sort of a hidden gem. It's really quite nice along those bike paths along the river. Okay, well, if there are no further questions on that, that completes the construction, the transportation construction grant category, which just leaves us with one category left, which is the tribal gaming technical assistance grant. This is a grant that we have awarded to the Southeast Region Planning and Economic Development District each year for $200,000. And we've done this just in case the tribal casino in Taunton starts up again. And we're recommending to keep that sort of set aside because if that happens, with the tribal casino, there are no surrounding community agreements, so there are no payments that go to the surrounding communities. So it was our feeling that they would need some technical assistance with respect to traffic and other operational impacts, and that this is the right group to provide that. And again, it's something that we have been awarding each year. We have not had to use it, but it's essentially just keeping this money set aside just in case that happens.
Do you know what the amount is?
Oh, I'm sorry, $200,000.
No, but that's been accumulating. Do you know?
No, it just rolls back every year.
Oh.
This is just, it rolls back, we approve it the next year, and
so it's only going to be 200,000, not 200 plus 200 plus 200.
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's an important point. We've reserved every year and we've rolled it over, but we have not awarded a grant every year.
Okay.
Seems to me it's a reasonable continuity of practice this time.
It's
okay.
It's effective in acting as a reserve, which we've done else at other times. So I think it's appropriate.
Okay, if there are no other comments, that concludes my remarks. So we can move on to the motion.
Very thorough, very clear. I know, fellow commissioners, I don't know if you have any any further questions before we move to the motions? And before we do move to the motions, I just want to get a sense from my fellow commissioners. Do we want to do each individually, or do we want to do, now with the amendments that we've made, can we do one single vote? Commissioner O'Brien, have you given that some thought?
Well, I think the benefit to having amended as we go.
I can't quite hear you. Can't quite hear you, Commissioner. So sorry.
The benefit to amending as we go is, unless someone believes otherwise, I think that all of the changes have now been voted in as edits to the memo. And so we could do it consistent with the memo as edited today. Because I don't believe there were any edits to the presentation to the memo last time.
No, there were not. And the one thing I want to add in there, that there is one motion on the Holyoke Community College, Shara. Is that the one that we made some changes to? We had recommended a certain amount of funding for the workforce grant, but there was a rollover of some funding from last year. So we added that in. Maybe we can pull that one up and vote it separately, and then the others as a blanket. Of course, I'll defer to the legal team on how we do this.
That's probably
I would.
Commissioner O'Brien, did you have an idea?
No, I think that would be consistent with how we've done any changes to anything else. But I know Commissioner Stebbins wanted to say something. I didn't even put up.
Yeah, no, thank you. I did just want to kind of revisit the workforce grants, so to have a separate conversation about those. But I think I'm okay with approving the other recommendations as included in the memo as a group.
Okay, you want to revisit, but should we go through those first before we take our vote then and see if there's anything we want to amend?
Sure, we can do that.
Okay, so Commissioner Stebbins, the workforce, those start on which page again, Joe?
That is a very good question.
Sorry.
Not
very fair. There we go.
Starts on page 35 of the memo. Oh, I think Mary's going to share again. Good.
Thank you, Mary.
Mary
Yep,
just
35. Yep.
Resolutions.
So there was a discussion. Was it? There's the Holyoke one. And
okay, so on this one here, I'm going to ask Crystal to address this issue if I can. It's just a, I think in the write-up, we recommended a rollover from last year of almost $41,000, but I think there's an additional $40,000 in, again, let me give this to Crystal where she can give you the actual details and not have me fumble through it.
Sure, thanks, Joe. So because they included in their actual supplemental response the rollover information, that's why we also included it here. They are requesting $40,965, I think that's Mary have it, and 73 cents. They began a program for culinary, which we had approved as part of their 2019 program, and they had to stop it. So there's still funding left over, and they have modified to make sure that that program and the current students in it can continue to do so within the social distance requirements. And so they're really requesting this $40,900 to move over to this year to begin as of July so that they can finish that program with those funds. In their original proposal, they had requested, and then they continue to do this, which we've recommended that they do not do at this time, but we still thought that portion of it should be approved to continue. And Joe, I think you mentioned the other 40,000, but that I don't believe we actually, and I think Shara's on here and can let me know, but I think we actually pulled that last minute last night because it wasn't part of the original request.
Oh, okay.
And we need to look at their funding before that. But this part, we know that they have, and it had been allocated. It's just the rollover request that we're making sure that the commissioners approve.
Does that mean that the recommendation is consistent still, Crystal, or
Yes, yes,
as stated in the packet
yes,
of 199?
correct,
No.
yep.
Yeah, okay.
And it's
Excellent.
199 plus the 40,000, or does that include the 40,000?
The 199 is separate from the 40,000 because the 40,000 is rollover funding. So it's essentially taking last year's money and you're like allowing them to use it for this program. But the 199 is consistent with what we accepted as part of their new application.
Okay.
Do we need to vote on the 40,000 rollover, or are we okay?
I don't believe we do, Madam
Okay.
Chair. I think, we allow, grantees to spend money out of, that straddle different years. In fact, we approve, you heard some updates that sometimes approved before and they haven't yet used the prior grant money.
Good.
I think they felt the need to clarify that because we're not funding that part of this year's program, that they could still use during this year what they had left over.
And to finish up, actually with social distancing in place. Got it.
Yeah,
Good. So,
because they had included it in their application, we wanted to make the distinction that it isn't part of that, but we do still think the rollover is necessary.
And I think, didn't Holyoke Community College, aren't they the ones who requested that there be a vote on this so they can roll it over for their purposes?
Yes, yeah. They needed to know that there was an administrative approval for their purposes.
Right, so I think we do want to vote on that rollover as well.
Okay. So
should we take that piece right now, maybe? Should we focus on that? Because otherwise, right now, the document itself, the recommendation stands, but that's that 40,000 piece. So I'm thinking, of course, on our ultimate vote. So why don't we address that $40,000 piece?
Okay. Madam Chair, I move that the commission approve the rollover of $40,965.73 from the Community Mitigation Fund FY19 award to the FY20 award for the use of completing the current cohort of culinary training.
Second.
Further discussion, because I kind of moved it fast. All right. Hearing none. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
And Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
And Chair says yes. So 5-0 on that piece. All right. Now, Commissioner Stebbins, did you have additional comments, questions, thoughts on other workforce development?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. As it occurred to me after our discussion on these two applications last week that we were mindful that we weren't sure what the COVID-19 impact might have on the need for individuals who go through the technical training programs that were part of the original requests. Understanding that these are likely going to be challenging and unpredictable times as our casino operations reopen. I was wondering what my colleagues might think of deferring action on the balance of the request above what's recommended today, deferring action on that. So if our applicants came back to us and found a critical need to help with more technical training in the months ahead, that we could possibly make an award from the balance that they had originally requested. Understanding that both of these applications came in under our, I believe, under our budget for this year of $900,000. So this wouldn't be punching a hole in what our expectations were, but just giving our applicants and the commission some ability to pivot depending on what the workforce needs might be when our casino operations reopen.
Commissioners, any thoughts? Commissioner Cameron, Commissioner O'Brien? Okay.
I hadn't thought about it. It's the first time I've considered it. And it's really just to keep it, Commissioner Stebbins, in case. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's really not to essentially reject that part of the application where they had wanted assistance for technical training, but just defer action on that part of the application or that amount in case you know, they identify a more critical need in this period between now and when applications might be due for next year. I even welcome Councilor Grossman to weigh in if he had some thoughts on whether it's allowable or not. Not to put him on the spot or anything.
Todd? Okay.
Well, I just want to add, I think all this simply does is it allows us to be more nimble.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's, if this money isn't used, you know, if there's no need for it, then it just goes away once the grant is up. You know, until and unless they ask for it, there's no action that's necessary. It just lets us be a little bit more nimble should the need arise.
Yeah, if it's legally sound, I have no objection to that request.
Have we acted, forgive me, because during the course of the year between awards, have we not augmented some workforce development grants, or has there been requests for augmenting, or am I just misunderstanding when there have been some further actions taken on these grants?
We've done some amendments to them,
Yeah.
but it's moving money around from one category to another, or something of that nature, where they, you know, once they get into this thing, they realize that there's, you know, a different need or more need in one area than another. And we've done that. And we've typically come back to the commission to make votes to do that if it's over a certain.
So it's really just moving around as opposed to augmenting. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That's helpful. So this would just deviate from that, because what we really would be doing is revisiting funds that were originally designated for consideration, and I think Commissioner Stebbins, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you're saying in light of the uncertainties around COVID-19 and what could possibly be training needs to really activate the workforce in this particularly difficult environment, it might be helpful to defer this, keep these funds available, but then they would have to revisit through a commission decision-making process.
Correct. You know, this doesn't take us out of the process. You know, it would still undergo a review, typically to what we've done with any grant application. You know, the reason that we had previously talked about not funding it was the fact that we had no idea what the employment landscape or the need for technical training in the programs that had been identified might be. None of us really knows, kind of staring into the next few months, what jobs, what careers, what work is going to be required again as our casinos reopen. So I think Joe used the right word, which is nimble. And I think just allowing us to defer action on that part of the application, not outright rejecting those training dollars, I hope would give us some ability to be flexible. In any case, our a motion here today would just defer consideration of that application at this point, that part of the application.
Yeah, only that part. Well, I I'm in favor of that approach. I want to just follow up on perhaps what you were alluding to, Madam Chair, as to what our prior actions have been. I recall a suggestion that I actually opposed, which was the notion of allowing for an emergency submission during the year for for grants as part of our guidelines. I always thought that the alternative was always the option that we currently have, which is to consider anything as we see necessary, and not necessarily put in our guidelines the exceptions to the yearly process. Of course, that was all prior to this COVID-19, and that's something that none of us imagined. And I think the business case that Commissioner Stebbins is articulating is a sound one, in the fact that we have a request, we know, and we have funded these items in the past, but given these sort of circumstances, intuitively, it sounds like it might not be necessary, unless, of course, we later find or discover that they are, and that's the proviso that I am in agreement with and support.
Commissioner O'Brien, any concerns, questions?
No, I don't. It seems reasonable.
Okay, but I think consistent with the process we've got underway, Commissioner O'Brien, we would have a similar motion and vote on the other deferment on West Springfield that we made, correct? Is that what you had in mind, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah, I would say we can, make a motion that includes approval for the $199,000 that's been recommended, and add to the motion defer consideration of the balance of the request.
Is this only for the Holyoke one, or what about for the other?
I was just going to say I would recommend that for the other application as well.
Okay, so sorry, I'm jumping the gun a little bit.
No, that's perfectly fine.
All right. Can somebody help with a motion and we can help you along?
Sure, Madam Chair, I move that the Commission approve the recommendation of the review team and approve the expenditure of $199,000 for the Hampton Prep Springfield Public Schools and the head of the game portions of the grant application, and defer consideration on the balance of the request from Holyoke Community College.
Second.
Thank you. Any concerns, edits, questions, comments? Hearing none, I'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
I vote yes, so 5-0 on that. And the parallel motions, Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure, let me scroll down here. Madam Chair, I move that the Commission approve the recommendation of the review team, that the Commission approve a grant to the, Mass Higher Metro North Regional Workforce Board, the total of $172,000 for the community engagement, career advising, and employment services, as well as the regional needs portion of the grant application, and defer consideration on the balance of the application request.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. Okay. Now revisiting the entire packet again. Were there any further reconsiderations of the recommendations set forth in the packets other than the ones that we've discussed, which we will just want to, again, for the record, remind us of, I think there's 4. Any further applications, recommendations we want to revisit, tweak? All right, so the 4 amendments to the packet, Joe, do you have those notes, just generally?
Yes, they were the Springfield Police Department, the West Springfield Police Department, and the 2 workforce grants.
And the 2 workforce, yeah, 4. Okay, so again, no further, everybody, with those, the exceptions of those 4, everyone is comfortable with the recommendations set forth in today's packet.
I am.
Okay.
I am as well.
And could you just now please take down the document, because it really helps me see faces. It's hard. I'm doing mind reading not so well, jumping ahead a little each time. There we all are again. There's some facial recognition. Great. So Commissioner O'Brien, and I believe that we have a plan for perhaps not having to go through each motion. That I have to say to Shara, with deepest apologies, because you did. But it's through that exercise that made us think about it. So thank you so much.
Some time on minutes if she doesn't have to write out all the motions. Right?
Yeah.
I have to say I'm a little disappointed. I was looking forward to 37 motions.
Well, it might have actually been more efficient in the long run. I don't know. But I do know that by seeing that, it really helped me think about the fact that we really are doing a line by line, a line item approval, but we're just, in other words, we don't have to adopt the entire packet. So that exercise was really helpful, Shara, for me to think about. If we are comfortable with a more global approach, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that the Commission approve the applications for the Community Mitigation Fund grants consistent with the recommendations set forth in the memo that is part of the Commission's packet today as amended during the course of the Commission's meeting today.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any desired edits or comments? Joe, is that clear? Oh, so sorry, Commissioner Stebbins.
Madam Chair, just to say again, a great job by Joe and Mary and the whole review team. We dealt with a record number of applications this year, and with everything else going on and having to do this virtually, everybody should be commended for the great job that they did, and our hosts and surrounding communities who are the applicants were nimble as well.
I was going to actually at the end allow Joe to return to his entire team and acknowledge everybody individually. So if everybody wants to do their thank yous now, or we can continue our vote and then revisit all this great work. So no further comments or edits on the particular motion. All right, we're good with that. I'm going to do a roll call and then we'll revisit our incredible teamwork today. Commissioner Cameron.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Zuniga.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. Thank you. Now, virtual applause. I'll have each commissioner, if you would like to remark on the outstanding work, I invite those remarks, and then unless we want to hear first from Joe, to remind us of each individual who's contributed to this team effort.
Yeah, look, we've talked about this review team. Everybody has been really great. They've really stepped up to the plate. Being in the situation that we're in has made things exceptionally difficult. And, I truly do appreciate everybody who participated in this. On our team was, Commissioner Stebbins and Zuniga, we had Jill Griffin and Carrie Teresi and Kate Hartigan and Crystal Howard and Teresa Fiore and Tanya Perez, and we had Vivian Scholl help out with us a bit, and Shara for doing all of those motions. And you know, there's been so many people that have helped out along the way. Being the first time leading this program, I did not fully appreciate the level of effort that it takes to complete it. And with that said, absolutely, positively could not have been done without Mary. She's a rock star.
Absolutely. I think you're telling us something we already knew. But Mary Thurlow, thank you so much. Joe, thank you. You took over the leadership on this effort. And I see Mary giving the applause. I can see maybe things that other people can't see. But, you know, it's been, you know, I haven't been part of the process like my fellow commissioners, Zuniga and Stebbins, but, you know, we've been, of course, constantly aware. We've been getting updates of the process, and it's so thorough and thoughtful. I just want to extend my personal thanks. Commissioner Cameron, do you want to?
I do, and I think Joe said it best when he said the whole team stepped up to the plate. Good analogy, good baseball analogy, because it looks like we will be having games next month. So, but in all seriousness, the team is amazing. I've thought that every year at the amount of work, how thorough the reviews are, how thoughtful the reviews are, and just the amount of work. I rarely ask a question in a 2x2 in a public meeting where my question hasn't already been considered by the team and factored into the response. So I'm just, again, very, very impressed, and I thank my fellow commissioners as well as the whole team for the work. So really, really good job. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Brien?
I do. I remember the first year that I started looking at these and the mammoth 3-ring binder that we put on, and quickly realizing that the 2x2s were critical to culling down the critical information. And this year was no different. No binders, all electronic, but the several meetings that I had with Mary and Joe and the other members of the team were essential to me understanding all the issues to vote on. And I probably don't fully appreciate the level of work that goes in, although I'm sure it was tremendous. So thank you to everybody.
Commissioner Zuniga, and then we'll return to Commissioner Stebbins.
Yeah, just to continue on that theme of the level of work, I knew as Commissioner Cameron from the updates, from the memos, and from talking to people, the amount of work that went into the deliberation and the recommendations. But this year was my first year actually corroborating all of that firsthand by being part of the group. And really appreciate how much due diligence there is, how much back and forth with the cities and towns is necessary to produce the product that I think is very sound. Just as a small aside, in my mind, I've had this notion that we need to audit a lot of these grants, on the back end especially, as to whether some of the expenditures have been expended as originally approved. But after this process, I think even though I think we might still have to do some of that. The due diligence that's embedded and the documentation that is afforded for the record and for our own records up front go a long way towards what I think is a really sound program. One that the state auditor can come and look at in a future year and see all of the documentation that we have, that we produce, letters that we send, and all the documentation of our deliberations and so on. I think is a really good program. So thank you to the team, and it was a really great pleasure to be first-hand participant this year.
Aaron, my apologies for violating motion protocol. But,
we always do that. The thank yous always happen, but I knew that you would want to elaborate, so I just thought I would give you a chance.
I just, you know, it's been an incredible opportunity to be on the committee, and what's great about it is getting to work with folks on our team I don't necessarily have a chance to interact with every day. So it's always a great chance to get to know some of our colleagues a little bit better. I've enjoyed watching the evolution of Joe from Dr. No, as he would describe himself, to you know, the role he's taken on in leading the group and going through, again, a record number of applications that we had this year. So kudos to Joe, and kudos to Joe and Mary, fixated on what the purpose of the grant is, and to you know, keep to the core principles of why the legislature created the fund. So I always applaud them for kind of reining everybody back in, and that includes myself. But you know, just two final thoughts, and Joe mentioned it and Enrique mentioned it about you know, kind of some uncertain times ahead, and hoping that the commission can be nimble where we have to and respond to whatever needs might emerge that, as we sit here today, we're just not aware of as we reopen operations and endure this COVID-19 crisis. But thanks to the team. I'll miss our meetings for a while, so greatly appreciate the teamwork.
With that, I'll just say to Commissioner Zuniga and Commissioner Stebbins, thank you for your work to support the teams on this. We appreciate it. And that was Zuniga closing the big binder saying, I've read it all. And then her saying, oh, but I gave you, that's been updated. And Commissioner Zuniga went, so this year we didn't have the binders. I must say I missed it a little bit, but again, because of our IT team, we had access to all the documents we needed. And Mary had access immediately to the documents that she needed to keep everybody organized. So there's, you know, your immediate team, we've acknowledged, Joe, and then everybody who has played a role to support all of your good work, we thank them. So with that, Joe, do you feel like you've got today the clear marching orders on just a few outstanding matters?
I think we do, yeah.
Excellent. Then I think we can think about adjourning. Do I have a motion?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Any questions about that? Commissioner Cameron?
No questions, Madam.
Commissioner O'Brien? Commissioner Zuniga?
Aye, thank you, everybody.
I'll
Commissioner
vote
Stebbins?
aye.
Thank you. Excellent. Excellent.
Thanks, everyone.
Excellent work. Yes, 5-0. Thank you.